The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. There were fireworks across the boards at the Cairns Cup in St. Louis. The coveted cup is a prize worth fighting for, with yet another day filled with decisive battles. Alexandra Kosteniuk got down to business to defeat co-number 1 Harika Dronavalli, climbing to sole lead over the field. Elisabeth Paehtz soldiered on through a tough first-round loss, and like a phoenix, returned with the strength of a raging fire, defeating her opponent to earn her first win of the event. A queen stands alone atop the standings. Will she conquer her foes, or will a challenger arise? Day 3 of explosive chess, coming up next.
Hello everyone, welcome back to round 3 of the Cairns Cup here in St. Louis. I'm very excited to be in the St. Louis Chess Club where you can play a game or just watch the broadcast live. Without further ado, let's go to the studio and get the action started.
Welcome to St. Louis, the home of chess in America, and the 3rd edition of the Cairns Cup, one of the richest women's tournaments in chess. We come to you live from the St. Louis Chess Club. Good morning and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm International Master Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Nazi, we are having a lot of fun, aren't we?
Indeed.
What an event to be broadcasting the decisive games. Incredible. Hello everyone and welcome. If you like fighting chess, you have come to the right place. Nazi, let's take a look at this graphic. It says it all.
I mean, these ladies have been fighting until the end. In both rounds, the decisive results were 80%.
Exactly. Unprecedented. It's really been a marvelous tournament. And what will round 3 bring? Well, you know the standings are going to be excited. Let's take a look at them.
Let's take a look. We have a sole leader after round 2, Alexandra Kosteniuk. She won both her games. Then closely following with 1.5 points, Dzagnidze and 2 Americans, Irina Krush and Zatonskih.
That's quite the chasing pack.
With 50%, Harika Dronavalli, Elisabeth Paehtz and Gunay Mammadzada.
And tell us about the format for the Cairns Cup.
We have a 10-player round-robin tournament with no draw offers.
Right.
And the time control is 90 minutes for first 40 moves, 30 minutes rest of the game, and 30-second increment from move 1.
And our schedule.
The players will be playing a total of 9 rounds, and today they'll begin round 3.
Right.
On Thursday, June 8th, they're going to have a rest day.
And then 4 rounds to the finish, a sprint to the finish. And we're very, very lucky to have in studio Almira. And yesterday, Almira, there was a moment that was, I mean, for the history books. It was that game between Bella and Anna. Anna's completely winning. She's 2 pawns up. Her opponent could have resigned at any moment. We would have all understood. But Anna set the moment for her opponent to save the game. Tell us what happened.
Indeed, Yasser, and kudos to Nazi for spotting that move yesterday. But let's have a look at this position. So Bella Khotenashvili is having white pieces. Anna Zatonskih is completely winning. She can make any move, but she starts with a small inaccuracy right here. She plays this move, f5 check. Okay, you don't miss anything yet, but after king h4, please have a look at this position. You know, the king doesn't have any square where to go, so because the rook cuts the 3rd rank, and it sets up a lot of stalemate idea. Here, Anna proceeds to play carelessly, and she makes this careless move, and the impossible happened. Her opponent, though being 2 pawns down, can make a draw in this position, so she can sacrifice the rook on a3. It's an incredible idea, but if you take this rook, that stalemate. I cannot make a move on the touch screen. So let's say, what if you don't take the rook and you move your rook to b1? But then the sacrifice continues, and you will have to take the rook. Otherwise, I will take the pawn on b4. So after rook b3, the game could have ended in a draw. So let's have a look at Anna's reaction when she saw this position in the studio yesterday. Welcome, Anna. And this
I think we had the reveal.
Actually because Anna just saw the move rook a3. I showed her because hopefully she didn't see it during the game.
I didn't see. Of course, I would play something.
But even after you played, yes, rook a3.
I was looking at all kind of stalemates, and here, like in this moment, and I saw this idea. It's like.
Oh.
Well, congratulations! You won a very
so bad for my
important.
opponent.
Well, that was such a unique moment. And Yasser, what do you think? Can Anna push her luck any farther today?
Absolutely, Almira. I mean, you're a competitor. You know what it's like to have the wind in your sails. You get a gift like that, you feel on top of the world, Nazi.
Yes, and she's feeling good today, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Well, let's see if she pushes her luck. Set the stage for our viewers and tell them what they can expect for today's pairings.
Let's take a look at round 3 pairings. We have an all-Indian matchup, Dronavalli against Koneru. Then Mammadzada will be facing the tournament leader, Alexandra Kosteniuk.
And a game to watch for sure.
Anna Zatonskih will be playing Elisabeth Paehtz. Abdumalik against Khotenashvili. And Irina Krush against Dzagnidze.
For me, that's really a kind of a marquee matchup that tie for second as the two players there. The fighting has been fierce. What are they fighting for?
They're fighting for a lot of money. There's a total of $180,000 in prizes. The first place winner is going to win $45,000. Second place, $35,000. Third, $25,000.
Generous prize fund all the way down to 10th and final position, $6,000. Everybody's going to go home a winner, but especially ourselves. This chess has just been wonderful to call as we get ready for round 3. The players are taking their seats here in the beautiful World Chess Hall of Fame, where they're playing right across the street from us. And we're here at the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center as we see Humpy, our defending champion, going up against Harika, her biggest rival, I would say.
Her biggest rival and also her teammate. I'm sure they played many Olympiads together.
Exactly. Now, for them, this is a rivalry that is intense. A lot of people wrongly think, oh, they're friends. They'll make a sisterhood draw. No. When I was playing my American rivals overseas, we'd be hitting the fences. So
they may be friends, but they're not friends at the board.
Not at the chessboard, as we see Irina Krush getting wanded by the chief arbiter, Judith. And this is a special wand, electronic, for the possibility of an ear.
Yes, and I have the experience with that. I like to wear earrings, so every time I would come at the American Cup, it would bink.
Yes.
I had to take my earrings off just to make sure that it was just the earrings making the sound.
Rex
getting a hug. What's going on here, Rex? You just happened to be standing in the way. Oh, really? So a little being nice. As Irina tied for second. Now, the American ladies come into this competition actually as the lowest seeds, but that's not stopping them from getting on the podium, huh?
No, they've had an amazing start. Both of them 1.5 out of 2.
And Almira, the young lady Gunay, she got a gift from Bella in the first round, but yesterday Elisabeth played very, very well against her. She's going up against Alexandra. How's she feeling?
Alexandra or Gunay?
Maybe Gunay.
I think, yesterday Gunay had a very difficult game, and I will use the word demolished. I think she was demolished by Elisabeth. She played almost perfectly. And today will be a real test for Gunay, I think, because, she didn't really play the first game.
Right.
And she's playing against the tournament leader. I think Alexandra will play any game for a win first.
And in their head-to-head matchup,
Oh,
wow,
Alexandra has beaten her every time for 14 times.
that is a serious adoption, Almira.
Yes, this is such an impressive score. So
Wow.
Almira, do you have 14-0 against anyone?
no, I don't
Yasser?
think so.
No,
I
not
don't
even
either.
close.
I don't think
not
anyone
even
does.
close. No,
Wow.
no. And we do have opening E4. And again, Alexandra, 2-0 start. She had the white pieces in her opening games.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes you think to yourself, 2-0, let's go for perfection. But she's not playing anything razor sharp.
Yeah, she usually plays Sicilian. She's
Right.
a very aggressive player, but she has chosen E4, E5 for today.
No Berlin, but classical A7, A6.
To be honest, purely from a mathematical point of view, the numbers are against Alexandra because at some point, Gunay has to score.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, 14. Oh my goodness. Well, again, Gunay is 22 years old.
Yes.
So it's quite clear that Alexandra has been playing against her since she's been a teen.
Mm-hmm.
But that is really an overwhelming score. Wow, 14-0. No, I couldn't even imagine. Good point, by the way, mathematically. At some point the bleeding stops, right? Will it
And
be
maybe
today?
you stop the bleeding with a draw first. Right?
That's that's the advice our coaches always gave us. Bishop E7. Okay, in this moment you also have the exchange Ruy Lopez and also what we call the exchange Ruy Lopez deferred with bishop takes C6. I've never really understood the deferred as opposed to the straightforward stuff, but playing bishop b3, I noticed in Stavanger, the tournament that's being taking place in Norway, a lot of the players are, in two of the games I want to say, we've
Welcome in
seen
D5.
Marshall with a C2, C3, and a D7, D5. We'll see if the players
There's
are playing
a
topical.
way white can avoid, right? It's called anti-martial.
With A2, A4.
With A4.
Yes, and that was really featured quite a number of World Championship matches. The Marshall, a good drawing weapon, so the anti-Marshall, A2, A4. But Almira, jumping over to you, what has caught your eye as we open round 3?
Well, I think there is a very sharp game in perspective between Irina Krush and Nana Dzagnidze. Well, let's have a look at the opening from the very start. Irina started with D4. And here, Nana is opting for a very interesting structure because this is not Queen's Gambit, but I think she wanted to head for a notibum, structure. And Irina didn't allow it, which can appear after knight f3, let's say, and then knight f6. But Irina didn't allow it. She played a very sharp move, e4 here. So, sorry. Like stakes on e4, knight e4, bishop b4 check. A lot of games have been played on the top level in this variation. Bishop d2 is the main move, and it allows, the pawn sacrifice. So I can take on d4, then white can take on b4, queen e4. One of the recent games were played between Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen. So what do you do here? You can play knight e2 or bishop e2, but bishop e2 allows another pawn sacrifice, but you have to be careful. Let's see what can happen after queen g2. You can threaten mate and leave the rook here. After queen d6, it's not sure for me how are you going to, to continue. You can play knight d7. And let me have a look. Yes, you can make a long castle and just leave the rook here.
Wow.
So this is a very possible variation. But I don't think that Nana will go for queen g2, even if she takes the pawn. And after queen e4, let's say white will play not knight
We
e2,
have
but
few
Bishop
moves
E2.
on the
bishop
board.
e2.
Yes.
Yes. Now I think the most important continuation is a very strange-looking move, knight a6. But I am asking this bishop a question, so you have to move your bishop, and you can play bishop a5 first of all, and you're threatening mate on d8. But you have a lot of other options in this position. So what I like about Irina's preparation is that she asks her opponents about a lot of questions already in the opening. Nana Dzagnidze has a huge choice, and this can lead to a mistake.
All right. Bishop a5 was put on the board after knight a6.
We have already a few
yeah,
moves, okay.
Threatening queen d8 checkmate. Nana blocked the threat of queen d8 mate. Attacking the bishop. Queen came to d6, inviting queen takes g2, as well as
B takes
a5. Now the thing, why did Irina play bishop a5? She wanted to induce the move b6, so that anytime you play queen takes g2, the pawn on c6 is really weak, so that bishop f3 and oopsie daisy, you're busted. Capturing on a5 runs into another problem. Now, with the rook battery, we're threatening checkmate. We don't have a convenient way
Can
of
Black
defending.
play f6 and run with the king?
Whoa, f6 and
But
run
white
with the king.
Maybe still has bishop f3. No, this queen c4 with a check. This is such a sharp line. I remember.
I would say that somebody's fallen for it. I don't know who's trapping whom.
I was analyzing this maybe 10 years ago with
Right.
black pieces. I really wanted to take the pawn,
Right.
but I was like, no, it's too scary,
It's
and
too
I would just never
scary.
go for this.
Nana declined the bishop. Instead, she played bishop d7, anticipating that after rook to d1 or castles, she'll have either rook d8 or knight f6 defending the bishop. The bishop, actually, after bishop d7, the bishop dropped back sensibly to the c3, attacking. And did Nana stop? I thought
Yes, Nana is thinking now.
okay, a strange place to pause, right? Because this is all very forcing. f7, f6 was her choice.
So now I think the idea is if Irina castles long, Nana's also going to castle long.
Exactly, putting her king, also tucking her king over to the queen side. This knight on a6, a little off sides, but because it can bounce either to the c5 or c7 square, she's happy. By the way, kind of funnily enough, the knight also might come to h6 and to f5. What other games caught your eye, Nasi?
I actually am fascinated with this one.
This one, yeah, definitely. The pawn sacrifice, I think it's just called the Slav gambit for white.
Semi-Slav?
Semi-Slav gambit.
I think so.
And
But let's go
yeah.
to Anna's game against Elisabeth Paehtz.
Okay.
They're still very early in the opening. Just wanted to show that they have the Nimzo.
Nimzo with a classical Nimzo,
Right.
queen c2, d5, a2, a3, takes.
And it's just funny. So whenever I prepare against Anna with the black pieces,
Yes.
I think every game I've played Nimzo against her, and she has hundreds of games, but she still takes so much time in the opening
Right.
to decide which line she's going to play.
Right.
But today she's playing quite fast, so she's prepared. Immediately c5 is not the most common move here.
I wanted to say, I have reached this position in my practice as white numerous times. I'm familiar with, pardon me, I wanted to say castles as well as d5 takes c4.
How about knight e4? I think that's a quite sharp line. Go
Yeah, knight e4, actually, I'm familiar with the line, but not in my practice. My opponents have not played knight e4 against me. I noticed that in Stavanger, a tournament I referenced that's going on today, right now, Anish Giri had played that in, I want to say the Armageddon game. But queen takes e3, I always thought that this move you shouldn't play. You should not play. The idea is that I'm getting the dark, I've won the dark squared bishop.
Right.
But at the moment, really, the best square for my dark squared bishop is bishop g5, and sometimes you can hunt it down and chase it and capture it. But if you play the move c5, you're actually encouraging my bishop to come on the long diagonal, and a move like d4 takes c5, so that I can play, oops, excuse me, my arrows are a little bit off kilter today, b4 and bishop b2. Well, now my bishop is really working. So the move c5 to me is a lesser move.
I think it's more a modern computer line.
Is it?
And the idea is that if you take on c5,
that's what I'm going to do.
black plays immediately d4.
Okay, and my queen has to retreat.
And then e5.
E5.
So black says goodbye to the pawn on c5, is not taking back anything.
Like, for example, b4, you're not getting the pawn back, but you've got...
But they have a good center.
Yeah, and Almira, I wanted to ask you about that good center. Is this... Nazi says that the chess engines consider this position theoretically playable. Statistically speaking, how are the players doing? Oh, I see you've got knight e4 on the board.
Yes, yes. I wanted just to show you what could have happened, because there is a small line which I like very much, which offers black a very interesting play here, a bit in the spirit of the position that we have now. So black could have played c5 here, d takes c5, knight c6, developing all the pieces, especially that white's queen was moving for several times already. So here, and bishop f5, you can see this, creating a very unusual situation. b4 is the move here, so castle. And I was thinking, okay, what is happening after knight g3? Because this is a very nice idea, but then you simply sacrifice the rook, and this, that's why I think that, this variation is not playable for black. And, for the moment, you play rook down, but look at your pieces.
Yeah, the knight from h1 is never making back.
So that's why just a few moves more. Normally, you play castle, bishop b2, rook e8, rook d1, and I tried knight g3 here as well, but here you have queen c3. So I think I like this variation very much. I don't know why Elisabeth didn't go for this line, but maybe she considered it to be way too sharp to play today. So she went for the line that we have in the game.
c5, yeah.
Yes, c5. Just let me refresh c5. Let me just have...
So Yasser wants to take on c5.
Oh, yes, I do. Yes.
Another option is you can take on d5 first.
So c5.
Okay.
Yes.
Please,
well, you can take d takes c5, of course.
Right.
And then the move is d4.
Right.
Then, Yasser, remember, Queen g3 is a very important resource. Yes, but we don't have too many recent games, I think, because yes, black's position and especially black's center offers black very nice play. So you can play knight c6 here.
Is that a second pawn?
Yes, it's a sacrifice. You can sacrifice another pawn. So after, there was one game which was played by Karpov with white, and he lost against the French player Edouard Romain. So it should be careful here. Let's say queen h6. And what is black's idea? So almost like in the French defense, where you sacrifice the pawn on g7. Yes, you have a lot of activity for sacrifice 2 pawns, and this computer, this position with 2 pawns down, computer evaluates as equal. So,
wow! And in their head-to-head matchups,
I would expect they would have more games between them.
Yeah, they've been both players. You would think so. Only 7 games, but 2 wins
for Anna,
and no wins for Elisabeth. And by the way, our production team does want to reassure us that 14-0 score that we saw between Alexandra and Gunay includes all games. Blitz, rapid, classical. That's not a 14-0 classical score, because otherwise, I would be complaining to the organizer. I don't want this player in any classical tournament I'm playing in. So yes, their score of all wins, whoa. I just saw a long move there by, Oh, it is the Marshall.
Yes.
They did go into the Marshall. I'm referring to the game between Alexandra and
they're
Gunay.
still in theory.
Yes. So it did, from the opening, knight takes e5, the Marshall gambit, fantastic, fantastic story behind the Marshall Gambit. Of course, it was Frank Marshall who discovered the line, and Frank Marshall would go to bed at night, and he would put a little notebook with a little pencil beside his bed reading table, because sometimes he dreamed about chess, and he wanted, when he woke up, to write whatever he dreamed about, and he dreamed about the Marshall Gambit. So he wrote it down in his notebook. He woke up, he saw what he had written, and he spent the next 10 years preparing to play it against Capablanca, the Marshall Gambit. He waited 10 years, prepped everything. Unbelievably, Kappa walked into his preparation.
It actually happened.
It actually happened. Capablanca over the board refuted his preparation, and Capablanca won the game. After Marshall's discovery, all the players gathered around, and here and there and here and there improvements were found. And today, it's considered one of Black's best defenses
Incredible.
in chess.
And he came up with it in his sleep.
In his dreams. Again, I keep referencing the tournament, Stavanger tournament, as, again, this position has appeared there. Also, I thought in the past, in this particular position, that bishop d2 was also a common way that White handled this position. Takes, knight d2, queen e1. And this is where I was saying that long move by Alexandra, queen e1 check. The knight dropped back to f1, the bishop dropped back, and Gunay is thinking, again, as you were about to say, this is all still on theoretical ground.
Yes, there's still theory. There are a couple of games coming up in the database. Svidler plays this a lot with Black, actually.
Yes, he does. Levon Aronian, Mickey Adams, John Nunn,
Kamsky.
all great, all great players. Peter Leko used the Marshall Gambit. And in this position, what is the theoretical continuation?
G3, I think.
G2,
but we can ask
G3.
Almira.
Let's do it. Over to you, Almira.
Yes, this is a highly...
How is White supposed to untangle his pieces? The back rank pin is bothersome.
Yes, it's a highly theoretical position. I wanted to show you first what can happen if White is greedy and takes another pawn. So,
yes, please.
of course, Black is counting on the compensation here, and a very precise move, rook d8, has to be done here. For example, well, there is a threat of bishop taking h2, and I asked myself, okay, what is happening after queen f3? I simply retreat my queen and I protect all the pieces. So the computer says that this position is absolutely lost after bishop d3, you know, and there is nothing to do.
Right.
Of course, so you have to be aware of all the tactical ideas here. Of course, you don't have to take the second pawn. So g3 is a very precise move once again, because first of all, you have to make at least to have one square for your king. And here, after rook e8, there is a very interesting move, and which answers your question, how to untangle the pieces, is bishop d1. A very unusual move, yes, but now your bishop on c1 is free to go. Considered to be slightly better for White here, but I think that Black has always sufficient play, you know, in order to keep the balance.
Almira, I'm a pawn grubber. If you go back, could you please show me that variation again? Bishop takes d5. You take my bishop, I take the pawn, give me your rook. You go rook d8, and now I hit you with my surprise move, bishop g5. I'm attacking your queen with my rook. Go ahead, take my rook. I'll take your rook. I'm a happy camper.
Well, there are a few games here, but I was just verifying if you are not sleeping. That's the best move in the position, of course. So I have to take the rook. You will take the rook on d8. And now, you know, I can also take on h2.
Oh, no.
Yes, because you have to take with it.
Right.
Yes. Queen
Bishops
f1.
of opposite color.
Yes, and the bishop of the opposite color offers Black very good drawing chances.
Now here, for our audience, this is really an important moment. If you look at Almira's position after bishop h2, king h2, White could checkmate in one, if queen takes bishop, queen takes d8 was allowed, I mean, it would be checkmate. Just pointing out that extraordinary idea made in one.
Well, we can continue a little bit. Of course, yes, queen a8 is a very good move, but I will simply play h6. And if you take on a6, or if you give me a check, I can always take on f2, on d3, and I think that's maybe
it's an easy draw.
It will be
up.
easy, yes, to hold this position with black.
Thank you for that. I like the move bishop d1, prepping bishop d2. Let's catch
funny,
up with
like
the
after
players.
bishop d1, you're free in one bishop, but then you're pinning your other bishop.
Exactly. By the way, g2, g3 by Gunay, she shows that she's theoretically prepared. And g2, g3. By the way, the other thing about the Marshall Gambit, it's one of those variations that can go incredibly deep. Like, your preparation has to be 20, 25 moves, and sometimes even longer. Again, one of my absolute favorite stories was Peter Svidler was a coach for Vladimir Kramnik, and they were playing the World Championship match against Peter Leko. And Vladimir said, I've got this great idea in the Marshall. Go ahead and check it with the engines and to make sure it's sound and I take no risks. Peter says, I'm on it. There's one massively important match in cricket that Peter goes to watch. He doesn't have time to check it on his computer. Vladimir goes into the game, and his preparation was a forced loss.
Oh no!
Yeah,
Did he get fired?
Somehow Peter kept his job. It was like the most amazing. You have to be a very, very good friend. I understand. I understand. Who won the cricket match? Asked Vladimir Kramnik. G2, G3. Statistically, sorry, you've got a different position on the board, Almira.
Yes, I just wanted to draw your attention that this is the position, yes, in the game between Harika Dronavalli and Humpy Koneru. And, well, at the beginning of the round, you said that Harika will be quite ambitious with the white pieces because it offers her this unique opportunity also to to play against her rival and maybe to prove that she is a worthy opponent.
Yes, the commentator's curse, right?
Right. The moment I say this is going to be the big fight.
Yes, and please have a look at their clocks.
Wow.
Koneru has only spent 5 minutes, and Harika has gained time.
And I seem to recall, I think this is a game that Fabiano, maybe Wesley also has played. This is theory, and you can see the clock times that the players are very, very familiar. Literally, they've zipped right past the middle game, right past the opening, right into ending. And I'm going to guess, let me guess, triple zeros, Almira?
Yes, quadruple zeros.
Quadruple. I see. So this game's heading for a draw.
Well, to be honest, I do know this position, and you have to be precise with black in order to make a draw here, of course, because h4 is the move which was played in the game between Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen. But there was another precedent. There was the game between Sergei Karyakin and Vidit. So Vidit lost this game with black. And so let me just show you what happened in this game. I think it was bishop a6.
That's an important move, to keep the b7 square under guard.
So bishop a6, then rook b3. And I think that here Vidit thought that he is making a simple draw here, you know, with that's actually the move, yes. And let me just check. What was the simple? There was a mistake. Yes, that was the game, and Vidit thought that it will be an easy draw, and actually bishop b2 is a very precise move to make a draw here, and Sergei Karyakin went on to win this game because it allows this rook c3. You know, and this endgame is becoming very unpleasant. The computer shows already a slight advantage for white because he suggests this move bishop e2 now. So he wants you to play this endgame a pawn down. So you need to be very precise, and you need to make bishop e2 here immediately. as Magnus Carlsen played. So this move guarantees you a draw.
Interesting. Very important subtleties, even in the endings, bishop a6 and bishop e2. With all the decisive games from the Cairns Cup, we thought it would be kind of fun to take a look at the live rating changes. And here we see them as our #1 top seed.
He's losing some rating points.
She certainly is.
However, look at Kosteniuk's rating change, plus 10.4 after 2 games.
Nice.
That's very nice. And also Anna Zatonskih plus 9.3.
Yes.
Irina, Krush, the American ladies are doing amazing. And unfortunately for some players, Bella and Zhansaya, not going so well, but they have 7 games to make up the rating.
Absolutely. Yes, they do.
And actually, we haven't seen that game yet today, so let's take a look.
Exactly.
Zhansaya against Bella, it's board 1.
Yep. At the very, very top. And this looks like an interesting maneuvering game. Where did this come
We
from?
have Italian game.
With the 2 knights, knight f6, bishop e7, knight c3. Okay, almost Philidor-like with d7, d6, bishop g4. Okay, that's a little bit of a surprise, just giving up the 2 bishops so quickly. Did not want to see bishop h5, g4, bishop takes, queen takes, knight. Knight, of course, threatening both c2 pawn as well as the f3 queen. And, well, I can see from the game list, we have a database, I guess, of 1 million games, so we got a small database. But this position's actually been a guest in top-level chess. Two bishops, I would think that White has her normal opening advantage.
No.
What say the engines there,
I've
Almira?
never played the Italian game, so I
Right.
don't know how to evaluate.
Well, it's a closed position, so the bishops are not, stressing yet. Almira.
Yes. Well, actually, I was so surprised to find a game after h3, bishop h5, which was played by Jan Timman. So I think that you have a lot of stories to tell us
Right.
about this incredible player. I just wanted to show you why actually the bishop took on f3 before, because after h3, bishop h5, White has this very aggressive move g4.
Right.
Standard plan in this position, in this type of position. So after bishop g6, the computer already evaluates the position as much, much better for White. So
Wow.
you can start with playing bishop b3. For example, let's say you make a castle. I think that here your plan with White is to play queen d2 and then castle long and attack your opponent. So
Clear.
you should avoid this position at any cost. And that's why Black took on f3. So, and of course you're winning a tempo. So queen takes f3, knight d4, queen d1, c6 is a very important inclusion here. Bishop a2, castle, castle, and knight e6. So I have a few games here because one of the most interesting moves and the move which was played a few times is knight e2 here. So I have a game between Yesipenko Dubov, and it's quite recent. So here Black can start with d5 already, and
Right.
this position is about equal.
Okay, intriguing. Nazi, talk to me about the psychological side of this matchup, because both players enormously successful throughout their whole careers. Both players starting with 2 losses. And once in my life, once in my career, I lost 3 games in a row, and I thought the world turned upside down, like physics stopped. Nothing made sense. Losing 2 games in a row, you're wobbling. What's going on with psychologically of these 2 players? They don't want to lose a 3rd, but they want to win.
Right, so when you lose first game, it happens.
It happens.
Then when you lose second game,
Now you're angry and hurt.
and your confidence suffers a lot.
Exactly.
But like you said, if you lose a 3rd, like your world is ending.
Exactly.
And I think both of these players, the thing is, they're both such strong grandmasters. Bella had a very, very unfortunate start.
Right.
But Zhansaya actually had long games, and she lost very fighting games.
Yeah, because her opponent played well. In Bella's case, jet lag, blunder
Right.
of the first game. She loses a piece. It happens. She gets over it. Yesterday, you know, she makes this horrible move, goes into an ending, 2 pawns down, but then doesn't grab a gift that was
Yeah.
offered.
I hope
So,
for her that she didn't see it, even after the game, because it's very hard to recover from that you missed a stalemate opportunity.
but that's the thing. I think today, especially after the game, the players want to run to their hotel rooms and check their preparation. Did they play their opening precisely well? Did their opponent do something? As well as to check their game. So I'm sure.
But she might have not gone all the way to the end game.
Really? She might have said, "Oh, I was lost." or
That's what I do. That's what
Really?
I do. During the tournament, I don't analyze my own games. Because
Okay.
if I see something like that, I'm not
Yes.
recovering from that.
Okay.
Yeah. But I think they will try to start a new tournament today.
Right.
Like, forget about the last 2 games, let's begin again.
And that's the tough part. Let's forget about the past. It didn't count. It doesn't matter. Let's talk about this game. That getting in that mind frame, that's what a champion does. It's not so easy.
They're
Trust me.
both
96.
Very experienced player, I'm sure. They know how to come back from a bad start.
Absolutely. Just jumping into the game between our 2 players, 2 of the 3 players who tied for second, Irina, Krush, and Nana. When we left it, it was this theoretical dispute. Queen is on d6. We've just seen the move f7, f6, knight f3, knight h6, kind of as advertised. The knight is looking to push the queen away. Since you haven't committed your king to the queen side, Nana's being flexible as well. Knight d2, please, please help yourself. Take my pawn so that I can play bishop f3. Maybe even, actually, that's actually a cool idea. Remember when she played bishop a5
Provoked
in order to
D6.
provoke v6 so that the c6 pawn could be weak? How do you like these apples?
Provoke
Bishop
D6.
check, so that I provoke this pawn to be weak, and now when I come back, that would have been fun. Nana said, no, I got you. I see that. Queen f5, queen a3, knight, bishop. Are we still, Almira, are we still in theoretically tried and tested waters?
Yes, I have one recent game actually. So in this position, black castled after bishop d4,
Okay,
and which allows white to take on c5.
okay. To win back her pawn.
Yes, and how certain grandmasters would say pawn structure their opponent. What does it mean? It's a new term in the chess jargon, which means that they destroy your pawn structure. So you have to take on c5.
And by the way, we do a very, very precise, I want to say, a draw between Harika and Humpy as they both tested one another's opening knowledge, and guess what? They knew.
They both knew.
They both knew the variation, and a draw. And by the way, it looked 132 for Harika. She had more time at the end of the game, but Humpy was just a tad slower. So that,
She had to be more careful. So.
yeah, and she wanted to be precise. So our first result of round 3 is a draw, and a very unusual guest in the Cairns Cup, a draw.
Yes, and if we follow the trend, all the other games will be decisive today.
Exactly, exactly. Sorry, Almira, you were talking about this new concept of pawn structure being damaged.
Yes, exactly. Just one small digression here. What happens if you take with the queen c5? Then simply queen c5, b takes c5, and well, you have knight e4. You can win the pawn, of course. You can even castle long in
Right.
this complex middle game, and then, well, win the pawn on c5. So you're almost forced to take with the pawn on c5, and
Right.
we are still following the game between Stremavicius and Kalikstein. So after b takes c5, the computer thinks that white is slightly better. Of course, I think that due to this slightly weak pawn structure.
Right.
And so, well, you can castle here, and Black has a few options, so I was thinking that, you have this wonderful square on d4, and this can also justify, your knight on h6. So maybe you can play queen a5 with the idea of playing knight f5 and knight d4. So
Sure.
this is a very interesting plan for Black in this position. After queen a5, you attack the bishop on e2, so rook e1, you have to defend it. So here I didn't know what to do, because if you retreat queen c7, then can I take on c5? What do you think? I have to ask the computer here, because I was trying to analyze this position myself, but I'm not sure. Yes, you can take on c5, so it's quite a valid option. So maybe Nana has to find a way to make it work better, knight f5 and knight d4, but I think it's a very interesting plan.
Thank you, Almira. By the way, we asked our audience yesterday, or maybe even was the day before, to help us name the computer. And there was not deep blue.
Not so deep
Not
blue.
so deep blue. We also had HAL 50, a play on HAL 2000 from Stanley
Judith.
Kubrick. Judith. That was pretty good. And today, you, at the start of the show, offered Yoda. We've got to come up with something. And when we asked Yoda or the chess engine, Judith, did we like Judith? We weren't.
We did,
completely
but we have to
warm.
ask Judith if she likes it.
Yeah. And on that note, how does our audience join the conversation?
You can send us tweets using hashtag Cairns Cup, or you're also welcome to send us your questions and comments on YouTube and Twitch St. Louis Chess Club channel. And our social media manager, Sabina Feuscher, will send us your questions.
Absolutely. Keep us on our toes, everybody, as round 3 started, well, with a fizzle, a draw in the All-Indian Derby. What has caught your eye? Irina Krush, we think, is slightly better. She can win back her pawn, yeah?
Yeah, so can you tell me with Yoda's voice, Irina Krush is slightly better?
Boy, I got to get into the...
In the
character.
Yeah, I got to get... So, tactic, no, I can't do it. You want tactic?
Yes, we need some
tactic.
sharp,
Something sharp. Bishop
Something
to d4.
sharp.
That was awful. I'll do better.
Yes, please train during the break.
Yeah, next go round. I'd like us to go back to the game of Alexandra, because theoretically I was very curious. Okay, now we know that G3 deals with all of those issues. Now I'm ready to play bishop takes d5.
Right.
And I don't have to suffer the consequences of bishop takes h2, that variation that Almira was showing. So in my mind, I was thinking, I guess h7, h6, or something like that. So I was a bit surprised by the move b4, but this turns out to be theoretical. And Almira, why can't I take the pawn now?
Well, I was anticipating your question, and please have a look at the position
I
once
can't
again.
believe I'm that obvious. I hate being obvious.
I clearly, established that there is a pattern,
Okay.
so you have to be less predictable, otherwise on the poker table you will lose everything. So,
I'm sure you will destroy me on the poker table.
so let's have a look. Why can't you take? Of course you can take with a pawn on d5.
Thank
d5.
you.
Another move, bishop g5 here. So that's the same position. That's the same thematic idea. So
With
you have
the
to
inclusion of g3, which is a big benefit for white. No more bishop takes h2 for you, young lady.
Yes, but here, surprisingly, you can make a very calm move, bishop f8. Because,
Wow.
The weaknesses of your pawns on the queen side, once again guarantees black sufficient counterplay here. So have a look at the position, and then the valuation.
Zeros, huh?
0-0. Okay, of course, computer suggests this move, bishop a5, because you need to protect the pawn on c3.
Makes
Also, this
sense.
is very weak, and g3 weakens white squares here, so there is a possible mating net.
Right.
So I have a game here, but which is quite ancient. And what I think that Alexandra has, she understood while she was preparing against her opponent that there is a weak spot in her opening repertoire. That's why she's targeting exactly this line. That's why she played before in this position. And if her opponent is overambitious with white, she has some counter chances, and she may even win the game. So I think this explains the choice of b4. But why not c4 then?
Sure, drive the knight back.
You throw the knight back with the tempo, so knight f6 here. And, well, why not to grab another pawn, yes, sir?
Now we're talking.
Rook d8 again, you know, and I think that this opening illustrates perfectly the modern trend of opening choice, that you are going for the initiative at any cost. And I like this very much because the games are very sharp. Your opponent is faced with a lot of difficult decisions, and he's facing them on every move.
Right.
So let's have a look. After Rook d8, Queen b6 was played. There are numbers of games here. And I think that maybe if this S-line will appear on the board, well, Alexandra will come up with a novelty. But there is another move, which is knight c7 also after c4. Sorry, here, after
knight
c4.
c7.
Knight c7.
All right.
But okay, it was played mostly by amateur players. So here, what's the idea?
Yes.
Because your knight protects the rook on a8, of course. And so now the position is completely lost for white after queen c6. Yes, bishop takes d3.
Oops.
And, well, you will have to play queen g2. And after rook a8, bringing your last piece into the play, you know, the position is completely hopeless for white.
Exactly.
Because you will never untangle your pieces.
Almira, I was charmed by the position after c4, knight c7, or you drive the knight back, and that line where you showed bishop d1, and then you want to play bishop d2. If you can drive the queen back, you're a pawn up after all. Is this theoretically played?
Yes, actually it's the strongest move in this position. And now that you've grasped the essence of the position, you know that this is the move that you're going to make when you're given the opportunity. So but knight c7, that's why I like this move, allows knight e6, and even though you're a pawn down, you can jump to d4, you know, and I like this position for black. There's nothing special.
Essence, I like to think I understand the soul of chess. The essence, okay, I'll go with that. I'll go with that. The soul of chess. Pawns are the soul of chess.
I will point out one more thing.
Please.
Alexandra is so well prepared. She has 1 hour and 35 minutes on the clock.
Wow, that's a great...
She's already 35 minutes ahead of her opponent.
Okay, so...
That's like Fabi level preparation. You know?
Exactly. When I find myself in those situations where I've clearly been outplayed in the opening, out-prepared, I want to say outplayed is the wrong word, out-prepared, that actually gets me nervous as if I'm down on the clock. I just feel like, you know, now I start looking for ways of maybe exiting, apologizing to everybody for my poor preparation. B5, B4, and white is challenged because c4 feels like the right move, driving the knight to c7, bishop d1 feels like, you know, because I'm sitting here saying, you know, this queen is really, really annoying to me. I'd even be thinking about exchange sacrifices, frankly. A move like bishop f4.
It looks good.
Yeah, just because I have this physical feeling like I'm being tied up, and I hate that feeling. So even anything that solves the back rank pin, I find attractive. But Almira, we have guests in studio. Over to you.
Yes, sir. We have Harika in our studio. Welcome to St. Louis, Harika. So today the game was not about fireworks, probably. I wanted to ask you how difficult it is for you to play against Humpy.
I think especially these days we are playing with the same team. in the Indian champion, for India. So of course we have some connect, and it is slightly difficult. But of course, we are playing in serious tournaments. A game is a game.
So were you checking her preparation today? I think that, well, judging by the clock, you knew the position perfectly. You even had more time than when you started. So
no, actually, I decided to play Scotch, but this move order, maybe I thought she wouldn't play with me, like in the classical game. She never played, so I didn't prepare. And when she played it, especially I didn't prepare much because yesterday I was like really upset after a long game and a good game. It was such a hard luck that this rook a6 exists, and I had like some 1,000 ways to draw. So I decided I'm not like preparing much, and I only saw like maybe 1-2 hours, little bit, and I decided if it comes, okay, I'll play something I played already. Like I played this I don't know, 100 games online. So okay, I decided, okay, if solid, black knows everything, it's a draw. But
so this game is an opening surprise today.
I won't say surprise, but yes, like I gave this least importance, and I played this with black also. I had draw I think 3 years back with black, but I played many games in this online. I played. So, okay, I didn't expect too much and I didn't want to do anything new. I just played something I know very well, and if it's a draw, it's a draw.
And well, you talked about the game that you lost yesterday. Who helps you in those difficult situations?
Just myself. I think after all these years of professional chess, I think it's just we have to help ourselves. And yeah, I mean, this just definitely motivates me to play better chess, because I think I played good, decent chess, but I think the tiredness sometime overtook me, and like when I had best chances, I couldn't calculate accurately, especially because I'm coming from Grand Prix, and like I had a long game on the first day. I was like extremely tired, and I think somewhere I could see that why I played bad. So I forgive myself for that, and I'm moving on. And I think today in a way it's good for me that I'll get some time to rest.
Okay, thank you, Harika. I have one last question for you, because I've seen there are a few players, they have some superstitions. So is there any absolutely irrational superstition that you have?
No, I have many, but I don't want to tell on camera, then everyone will know. But yes, I have many I think from my childhood. I had like many superstitions. I'm trying to get over them and like, to act mature, but still I have some, but I wouldn't want to tell this on camera to people so that they know.
Well, thank you very much, and we wish you all the luck, that you need for the rest of the tournament. Yes.
Thank you, Almira. Thank you, Harika. Actually, I did too. A superstition that I had, I always loved pens. I found myself fascinated by fountain pens and different pens. I really liked the Cross and the Mont Blanc pens. And I would literally go to the shop and carefully choose a pen. And if I couldn't find the pen before I went to the game, I was distraught. It's like, where's my lucky pen? I need my pen, anything from my pen.
Follow-up question. Let's say you have a favorite lucky pen.
Right.
What happens after you lose a game?
I'm throwing that pen down the stairs. I mean, next county, lucky pen or not, it's got to go. Superstitions.
No, I don't have any.
No.
Never had any. Actually, I never understood it.
Right.
So I know pretty much all the players, all my friends have superstitions.
Right.
I even heard some that, for example, from the hotel, there's 2 elevators you can take down to come here, and players will only pick one until they lose a game, and then they switch to the other one.
Right.
But
no superstitions for
Not
you,
for me.
no. And back to Almira for another guest.
Well, today is a lucky day. We're welcoming the whole, Indian Olympic team. Welcome, Humpy, to the studio. Well, you just made the draw. And just a second before I asked Harika a question if she has any superstitions, and there was this discussion in the studio. So do you have any that you can share with us?
Well, yeah, sometimes I do use the same pen if I win some games, or the same jacket or shirt. It does happen often. If I lose something, even though if it's a new shirt, I just don't wear it for the game. I think most of the chess players have these type of issues. But okay, generally speaking, those just like, just emotional attachments. But apart from that, we just love to play chess. Yeah.
Of course. Well, I already forgot what I wanted to ask you. Yes, you are. You are our defending champion. 3 years have passed since the last edition. How does it feel to come back to St. Louis?
Yeah, it's really nice to be back in America. But we have been more used to play in Europe. So after coming here, there was a lot of jet lag and tiredness. I think my game has also affected a lot, and probably if I look at my games in the first and second rounds, I'm a bit disappointed with that. I really hope to come back.
Okay, and Elisabeth shared with us, for example, that it's very important for her to swim, other players run. So what are you doing at 4 in the morning? Push-ups?
No, I just go for a walk.
Okay.
Just for some fresh air.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, and hope that you come back stronger.
Thank you.
Thank you. Indeed, Humpy is, jet lag. I have to say that in my case, it affected me my whole life. And whenever I was going from Seattle, and usually I would go like something like Seattle, Denver, Denver, New York, London, and then London, Belgrade. So it was like a very, very, very long trip. Usually I'd arrive like 2 o'clock in the morning, face plant, wake up by round 3. And what am I doing? And it's tough, but jet lag today, it's still, as we've been watching, impacting the players. I wanted to go to the game, Bella's game for just a moment, because I did see this, we did see this, this maneuver. Knight on c3 kind of looks good, but from another perspective, what is White doing? White really wants to play the move f2, f4, but doesn't necessarily want to trade off the dark squared bishop, so she preps the move f4 with the move knight e2, f4 on the agenda, and that's why we saw
moving the
d5.
knight allows black to play d5.
Precisely, and I think that was a really well-timed decision by Bella. And after knight g3, now defending the pawn, but also, intimating that I'm getting ready to step on the f5 square. Well, trading queens, d takes, and I'm expecting queen takes d1. And even though we're going into a kind of a 2 bishops, this bishop on a2 is blocked. Yes, you can double the pawns, but how are you going to attack those weak pawns, even if they're doubled?
Sorry, I just like
please.
White's pieces.
You do?
Pieces.
Okay,
yes.
good. So let's start, shall we?
Queen d1.
Takes, rook takes, and let's go. Rook to d8. So essentially what I'm hoping to do is, much like Alexandra's game, I want to be able to pin you on the first ring.
Bishop d2.
Bishop to d2.
So I want to put my bishop on c3 and go after one of your weak pawns.
Yeah. Well put. Okay. So I am going to attack the pawn on e4.
f3 would be an ugly move, but...
Yeah, kind of, right?
But I think I have to play it.
Because you don't like knight f5. You don't like
I like
bishop.
knight f5, but after bishop f8, I thought...
Knight f5, bishop f8, and what exactly are you missing?
I still have to play f3.
Yes, one day you're going to play f3. What I wanted to say, whether you include the move knight f5 or not, I saw your bishop c3, and I wanted to head you off at the pass by trying to stop you from playing bishop c3. Here, again, the position semi-open, closed position, all the pawns are on the board, semi-open position, only one pawn has been played. By the way, the players have reached our position, only the choice was not bishop to d2, bishop e3, which is, okay, a little bit more ambitious, but at the same time, maybe encouraging bishop
c5 and more exchanges?
Maybe more exchanges, maybe even knight d4 might be an overreach. I was looking to play knight takes c2. Feels pretty balanced, but maybe you share Nazi's feelings, Almira, that White with the 2 bishops should be a little bit better.
Well, what I don't like about Bella's decision is that she defined the structure at a very early stage. I think the whole idea of giving up the two bishops, that you have this powerful center.
Okay.
And yes, we will get the position on
Bishop
the board.
c5 has been played, by the way.
So she played d takes c4, d takes c4, takes on d1, takes on d1, and by the way, now we are out of theory.
Which was the novelty then?
Yes, because I wanted to show you the game which was played between Yesipenko and Dubov, Daniel Dubov in this position. He actually played g6. I like this move because this center is very powerful, so he keeps the pressure in the center.
Keeps
so
the tension.
the knight can no longer go on f5, you know. The rook e1 was played, and a very simple move, queen c7. So I like this approach a bit better because in why I criticize this decision after d takes c4, because my own experience tells me that in this position, well, black is playing only for two results. So I think only white can win here, or there will be a draw. So I was trying, yes, bishop c5 here, but after rook d8, bishop d2. Do we have
no, we have bishop e3 on the board, Almira.
Yes, we have bishop e3 on the board. So let's
try.
try.
C5.
Yes, bishop c5 is actually the strongest move in this position according to the computer. And now the position, well, he evaluates, or this position is equal, because he doesn't want to change the bishop here, and he suggests this move. So you see that
you provoked the bishop to a bad square.
So the
bishop
knight cannot go to c5.
So maybe
right.
bishop d2 was it was more precise.
Okay, and in their head-to-head matchups, let's see how these two have done.
Very even, 2 wins for each and 1 draw.
Okay, very balanced. And as we get prepared for our first break, it's a good time to go shopping. Let's check
Always
in.
good time for shopping.
Very good. Let's go to the World Chess Hall of Fame, Q Boutique, and let's see what they have as a special for us. We have an engraved walnut wooden board, and trust me when I say these are very, very beautiful boards, a very smooth finish on the surface. This absolutely stunning board makes the perfect gift to someone else or even yourself. The board is crafted from walnut, measuring 21 inches by 21 inches with 2¼ inch squares. It has unique rounded corners, displays the laser-cut logos of the World Chess Hall of Fame on the H1 and A8 squares, and the St. Louis Chess Club on the A1 and H6 squares. If you were here in town and you could get the players to sign the boards, you'd be able to auction the boards for thousands of dollars on eBay. No, it's great to get the player signatures on the sets. And then, as we go to break, we ask the players who were their biggest influencers in chess, and here are their answers.
What chess player has mostly influenced your chess career and why?
This is a very difficult question. I am saying many times I don't have just one role model. I admire people for different skills, and this is definitely all world champions. And especially, like, I'm a mother, have 2 kids, and some chess players, women who combine their chess career and still playing like competitive chess. This is Pia Kramlin, who is still very strong in her age, and Monika Sochko, who had like 3 kids and managing like her chess career. And another is Ketivan Arahamia, who became a GM in very like late age, like around 40, I think she became a GM.
You know, I studied games from a lot of good players, and I definitely did spend time on games collections, you know, from the world champions. And I feel like probably someone like Botvinnik and his games collection, and, you know, just learning a lot of concepts from him. Opening things, you know, strategic things, I would say probably him. It's where I got my appreciation for big center and bishop pair.
When I was a little kid, starting from Alyoshin, I think, to Kasparov, Karpov, no, Kramnik, and all of them. During this time, they were very popular.
I I think it was Anatoly Karpov. I really like to check his games with my coach when I was young. So probably it's just Karpov.
I'm a big fan of Anatoly Karpov and also Judith Polgar. So from my younger days, I used to follow their games, and their play has inspired me a lot.
Capablanca and Alochin was the ones that I really loved their games and their style. Casually was looking their games to learn how to play chess, so I would call their names.
I think Vladimir Kramnik, during my childhood days, I used to see a lot of his games, and I think somewhere I really like his style. And maybe not game-wise, but Judith Polgar has a lot of influence on me as a women player to be doing well in the men, to beat the strong men and like to be there. So definitely these two I think have influenced me a lot.
I was a fan of Bobby Fischer's games when I was young. Also, Mikhail Tal was my favorite chess player. So I guess they influenced on my style of play.
Well, honestly speaking, my dad is a grandmaster and he used to be professional like when I was very young. So he had the deepest impact on me from everybody, because he taught me and my brother at the early age how to play. And of course, he went with us to tournaments. And he had been my teacher up till 16 before I actually met other trainers.
Oh, I wish I had such a player, you know, such an influencer, mentor in a way, because when I was growing up, I wasn't really excited about chess lines and moves and champions in a way. I was excited about the psychological part of a battle, and I liked to read chess books, from chess champions, but not about chess moves or openings or middle games, nothing about that, but rather about psychological preparation and about how games went and how they prepared and what went wrong if they lost. So I didn't have a chess mentor in a way, and I feel that I'm lacking this information right now, because definitely your youngest years are the best in order to consume and be able to learn certain material. But of course, it's never too late to read the chess book. And what I'm trying to do right now is to learn from those great chess champions and their games, because, well, you need to know history in order not to make the same mistake in your own games.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at our results so far. We had one draw between Dronavalli and Koneru. Another 4 games are still going.
Exactly, and exciting games they are, and most in particular is Alexandra. Kosteniuk, Alexandra started with 2-0, and she essayed the Marshall Gambit today, and Gunay played this move, Bishop A4, which, hey, I want to take this pawn on C6. It will undermine the knight on D5, kick the stools out from under the knight. Bishop takes C6 on tap, and also it'll attack the rook. So this was a novelty. Alexandra spent 20 minutes, did you say?
Yes.
And she decided to challenge her opponent and say, execute your threat.
Leave this C6 pawn hanging.
Yes, execute your threat. And as we were coming on the air, we were saying, oh my gosh, how is it going to happen? What's going to happen? B takes C3. Bishop takes C6.
Yeah, I was expecting simple rook C8.
Right.
But now... No, I was expecting rook C8 before B takes it.
Yes, sorry. You thought that Alexandra was just simply going to defend the pawn. She didn't. She took, and we were looking at bishop takes C6, but I think our attention was on the move knight to B4. We say, okay, take my rook, right? Take the rook, bishop takes D3, give me a back rank mate. Now here, I could go passive, queen G2, or I could say, you know, like, I'll give you some material back. After all, I'm up a whole rook, you know. Should I go queen? But then we were getting bogged down. We were saying, well, queen G2, knight C2, and what is going on? And guess what? That's why we have Judith and Almira in studio. The Beast. What is the Beast telling us about this crazy position, Almira?
Well, here I have the position on the board, and actually after knight C2 here, the position is simply equal, as usual. And if you try to save your rook, because I will take the rook on A1, and you will play rook B1, then after knight D4, black is already winning, because there are too many threats. You know, threatening your rook. There are a lot of checks, and so let's say if you try to save your rook in this way, then you will simply give check, king H1. Computer even goes farther. He plays C2 first, so it simply shows how black dominates being a rook down. I think it's an incredible position. So what can you do here? Let's say H4.
-6 while down a rook.
Knight
or
C1.
up a rook.
And like after king H2, he takes on F1. Okay, this is
dominating.
Simply hopeless, yes. So I think that here, and what surprised me, after bishop B takes C3, actually computer thinks that white is already winning. So I wouldn't trust it until I see the variation on the board, because very often, especially in the Marshall, computer changes its evaluation at the very last, move.
Right.
So I want to wait for Alexandra to show her preparation, but after bishop A4, B takes C3, the evaluation is 1 plus 1.8.
Really?
Yes, bishop takes C6, knight B4, of course, is the only move. So bishop takes A8, bishop takes D3. And here, you will have to think when to make the move H4.
Yasser's move, H4.
To give back the knight and say, I'm not going to play passive. Go ahead and take the knight and continue the variation, Almira, please.
Yes, I wanted to show you that even here, computer thinks about the move C2. So,
C2?
Yes, C2. Well, he can always take the knight on F1, but let's see what happens after.
Takes.
Yes, takes, king H2, C2, once again, because it's still very difficult for white to dismantle the pieces. He's on the queen side. Here, he starts with A3.
Ah, the knight doesn't have any retreat squares. Okay.
Yes, and you don't have a comfortable square here. So you may try bishop b2, but then after queen g2, you are forced to exchange queens. So, and this is maybe bishop g2 is more precise, and then knight d3. But I'm not sure that this is the position that Alexandra wants to play today.
Well, that's strange, because that pawn on c2 would sure be terrifying me. Once again, this line score, as dominating as it is not just classical games. It does include, I suspect, a fair amount of blitz and rapid.
Yes, 14 wins for Alexandra, but like Yasser said, it includes rapid, blitz, and classical.
Right, so we'll see what the classical matchup is. But even that exchange sacrifice, Almira, I wouldn't be very confident in saying, yeah, I'm much better with white, because as you were pointing out, there was a pawn on c2 in this variation where the pawn goes to h4, queen takes, check, king up, pawn goes to c2, a3, sorry.
I think a3 is the key move, to notice that black knight has nowhere to go.
But even that we did get this position with the queens traded, I mean, again, I'm sitting there, I see a pawn on my doorstep, one square from coronation. Am I confident? Would you be confident? Like, if you gave me an extra move and I played bishop e5, you might just be crying and saying, oh my gosh, I'm gonna lose to knight takes c1, bishop d3, bishop b2. So it feels like tempo by tempo, right,
I think
Almira?
only the engine can be confident in this position.
Right, cold-bloodedly. I see you have bishop e4, bishop e5 as a likely continuation. It's plus three, so it really, the engine really says white is doing great. I'm surprised. I really am.
Yes, but you, on the other hand, you have to calculate so many lines, and we've seen throughout the tournament that very often this is the nature of the human mistake, because you very often when you have the choice and the choice is not obvious, well, that's how players make mistakes. So I'm not sure that Gunay will play here h4 and not queen g2. So we will have to see.
All right, we'll see how deep the preparation of this novel approach in the Marshall with bishop a4 is. I turn our attention to two competitors who are currently tied for second. I'm referring to Irina and Nana.
U.S. #1 against Georgia's #1.
I was about to say, isn't that cool? #1 versus #1. I always love it when when top players match up against one another. We left this position really out of a very topical gambit these days in the semi-Slav. And Irina just captured on c5 in order to win back her pawn. And Almira was explaining that it would be absolutely marvelous from Black's point of view if she could magically transfer her knight to the d4 square. To get there, she has to go through f5, which kind of makes the move queen takes c5 understandable. But the engines were saying that this is probably an imprecision, and that Black should probably have started with b takes c5. Let's catch up with the players. There was a trade. There goes the pawn. Here I have a question for you. You're going to go take the pawn on c5. There's no question you're going to do that. You're going to go knight moves, take the pawn. But you've got a choice. You could go through the b3 square, or you could go through the e4 square. Which one do you make and why?
I mean, knight e4 looks better, but I think I understand why Irina chose knight b3. She wants to cover the b file, so there might be rook b8 after knight e4.
Okay.
But once you have knight on b3, after rook b8, you have a tempo move, long castle.
Right.
That would defend the pawn on b2, and then you're still taking the pawn on c5.
Okay, but if I go knight e4, you go rook b8, I have long castle.
Still have the long castle.
So the funny thing for me is, oftentimes I have a knight maneuver I want to get. It doesn't matter. I want to get to c7. Oftentimes I don't have a choice. I can only go to b5 in order to get to c7. But if I had my druthers, if I had a choice, I almost always prefer to go through the center, because in my mind, when I go to the center, yes, I very much want to capture a pawn, but who knows? Maybe there's a reason that my knight in the center could go to the d6 square. Like you could blunder, right? You could put a rook, and it might be worthwhile for me to take the exchange. So for me, this move is confusing.
So there's absolutely, you're saying there's no benefit to knight b3, but there might be some extra benefits to knight e4.
By going through the center, I always think that the knights, in particular, love to be centralized. So I'm a prejudice in favor of knight e4. It didn't matter. It didn't matter one way or another. As it turned out, the players still reached the same position, and Irina is saying, in this ending, my structure is a little bit better than yours. And is she right, Almira? Is this a position that white can nibble?
Well, the computer says that Irina's position is a little bit better, but as a human player, I think that this is not enough to win the game here. Okay. For example, I try to analyze this position, let's say rook d1, bishop d1, and I like those moves like g5 here.
Wow.
It's very important, first of all, to fix those 3 pawns. And the difference is, like, after e5, I feel that there is bishop g4, and then now you're going to face small troubles gradually. So this actually could be a bit unpleasant. But after g5, you know, white's advantage is not clear to me at all.
Okay, that's simple. By the way, jump in about that question about maneuvering a knight. In this case, Irina was going to capture the pawn on c5. Would your path have been the same, knight b3 takes c5, or would you have chosen knight e4?
I think that knight e4 is more flexible because sometimes, well, the threat, of course, is more important than its execution. So maybe you, you would control the d6 square. Let's say you would play knight e4, knight f5. Well, you can take, but you can make another move. You can wait. You can castle long. So it's probably more flexible.
Okay, but again, your choice would have been knight b3 or knight e4? Knight e4. Okay. Phew. Boy, you got to work hard for a compliment around here. Rough crowd, I tell you.
You got Almira to agree with you.
I mean, it took an effort. Rook d1. Irina, okay, you were saying it's even, but I like the structure for white. I like Irina's, you know, you've got the split pawns. Capablanca said it best, who has the most pawn islands stands worse. I think it's slightly better for Irina, but I agree also with Almira that the advantage isn't enough at this moment. We'll see how that game unfurls.
The thing is, I'm so sorry. No.
Please.
Just to complete your assessment of the position, because I really think that in order to claim the advantage in this position, you need rooks, at least one rook. So you would be able to maneuver to play rook d3, rook a3, and to attack those weaknesses. But 2 minor pieces, well, it's really not enough.
Not enough. All right. Let's take a look at the other game. You were about to jump into Anna's game because it looks like she hasn't moved a piece. All of her pieces are still on the first rank. What's happened?
So we had the Nimzo, and after c5, that's where I think we stopped, and we're looking at d takes c5.
That was our
takes
primary
c5.
move. We didn't really pay enough attention to Anna's choice, but the result was this nice tempo, knight c6. I'm familiar with these tempo moves from Tarish, where you get the isolated queen pawn, and thanks to the fact that the pawn is pinned, you get to develop with a tempo, and oftentimes this is a gambit actually associated, a whole pawn. In this case, it's just an isolated pawn, but you're about to say, after the move queen a5 check, it looks like white has no development. She chose knight d2 as opposed to the alternative bishop d2, noticing that b4, knight takes b4 could be an whoops. We don't want to go there.
It's a free pawn.
Yep, knight d2. What did you were about to say, Nasi?
Yeah, so it looks like black doesn't have any problems out of the opening. We have an isolated pawn, so in the long term that might be a problem, but at the moment, Black's so ahead in development.
Development.
Black can castle right now.
Right.
White still has to develop the bishop, probably
Right.
to e2.
Right.
And I think Black has more than enough time, if they want to get rid of the isolated pawn, to prepare d4 push.
Even, yeah. So you think Black is doing absolutely fine, and even possibly Anna has to be wary that she doesn't fall into something, well, not so happy. Let's just see, that was the Irina game, pardon me. This was the Bella's game. When she played the move bishop c5, she did offer a pawn. Maybe it's not that important a pawn, but at the end of the day, that's an extra double pawn. This pawn on e3 does do stuff. It covers squares. Black's idea is that, hey, you know, good development, good centralization's worth a half a pawn.
The only bad thing in White's position is the knight is stuck on g3.
Right.
Defending pawn on e4.
Right.
Because if you give up the e4 pawn just to improve your knight, then your advantage is gone completely.
Right.
Then Black knight will be great. And keeping the knight on g3, I don't see how White can be better with the knight on g3.
The other thing that maybe is on Black's agenda, on a good day, she may play, for example, g6 and h5, threatening the potential h4, provoking h4, and then she'll end up having a nice outpost for her knight once the moves h5 and h4 are concluded. That was why White, Zhansaya, played rook d3. First of all, kind of defending the pawn, but more importantly, she wants to challenge for the control of the d-file. Please do me a favor. Take my rook so that...
That would free our knight.
Yeah, that would, exactly. That would free the knight, defend the pawn on e4. So rook d3 preps the move rook d1. You're feeling, would you rather it's even-ish?
I think it's completely even.
Like, for example, if I play g6 and you get to do your threat, I'm not going to accommodate you, by the way. I'm not going to just happily munch.
Fix everything for White.
Yeah, help your structure. You just think that the extra pawn's not meaningful.
Not at all. As
Okay.
long as structure remains the same, Black should be completely fine.
And Almira, I want to jump to you and get your insights into this round 3 game.
Well, I wanted to answer one of the most difficult questions in chess. Should you keep 2 rooks in the position or 1 rook?
Right.
So I actually think that here you have to take on d1 first. Yes, in this position. After bishop e6, I think that Black should have played rook d1.
More precisely.
Yes, precisely, yes. Rook d1, and after rook d1, play bishop b3, so we get exactly the same position, only with 1 rook. And I think that it will be much easier for Black to defend this one, or at least to claim the equality, because you no longer have any threat with associated with rook d6 or anything with the rook which are doubled on the d file. And I remember the exercises I've been doing when I was preparing for the World Championship years ago, and Alexander Chernin explained to me that these were one of the most important dilemmas in chess. Or should you keep your queen on the board? Should you keep 2 rooks, 1 rook? And what pieces do you have to trade? And I really want to draw your attention to this important aspect of chess. You have to think about which pieces you should trade or to keep on the board.
And as you referenced, really a fantastic coach, Alexander Chernin, who, by the way, played in my World Junior Championships. Shout out to Alexander. What advice did he give you?
Well, he was giving me a lot of exercises.
But there was no general
No, there are
rule.
absolutely no general rule, and
Right.
that's what makes chess so complicated, because each position is unique, and you have to spend a lot of time and to understand that. I think that here, computer agrees with me, curiously. So let's have a look at the position on the board.
The current position.
The current position, yes, of the board. So this is rook d3. While computer gives zeros, I feel that Bella might feel a little bit uncomfortable because, for example, if you take, on
She
d3
did. She
takes-
did remarkably.
So, she already did it. Let's say rook d8. I don't know if the move
Yes,
is on the
rook
board.
d8, rook d1,
Rook
remarkably.
d1.
Yeah.
And if you play c5, a very simple move. So king f2, c4. White still has d4. And while the computer evaluates this position as equal, I think that you might feel a little bit uncomfortable here.
Here, I don't like black at all. Because, I mean, white king comes to f3, protects e4, and then white's knight is free. And it's an extra pawn.
Ooh, is it so completely simple? Because, okay, c5, I hear you. No, I get you. King f2, c4, d4. And I understand what you're saying. The king will come to f3. But let's just imagine, go ahead. Put your king on f3. And let's say I'm ready to give it discovered. I always love those moments where you go check, and I answer with check, right? So here I'm begging you to play the move d4, d5, check. So I can play knight takes d5, check to your king. Sorry.
But also in this position, your threat is knight h5 check, right?
Correct. I was going to do a discovery. So I was thinking your king might have to go away, and then maybe I'll go away, and I'm waiting for you to bring your king back, so I'll go back and forth. If you play the move d5, your structure loses a little bit of effectiveness. I don't know. It's not that clear to me. You know, it's a pawn. It feels like an extra pawn, but
Rook f8 is a really nice idea.
yeah, it's not completely on one goal. Again, Judith's assessment, Almira?
Judith's assessment, it's rather eloquent.
4 zeros.
4 zeros.
4 zeros. Intriguing, intriguing. But I find the move rook takes d3 difficult to play. I feel that I'm helping my opponent a lot there. Let's continue.
We had some updates in Alexandra's game.
Let's
Kosteniuk.
do it. She played queen g2.
Queen g2 instead of h4, which was much better according to the engines.
Bishop takes d3. One of the things about the Marshall Gambit that I've admired, I never played it as white, as black. I never played the Marshall Gambit myself, but I've always admired the dynamic play, the initiative that black receives for the pawn. And it's sort of like, it's charming because that initiative actually carries oftentimes into an ending. I wouldn't call this an ending, I'd call this a late middle game. But the initiative is ongoing. And we see after queen g2, we're expecting the move knight c2. And if white, for some reason, gets it in her mind that she's better, or, you know, she could easily end up losing this
Definitely.
game. Yeah.
But I could say the same for black. Black also needs to be careful and not get carried away with the initiative.
Right.
Because they are down a full rook.
I know. But we saw one position, we were up a full rook, but down 6, according to the engine's evaluation. Queen g2. And take it away, Almira. Queen g2, I'm a rook up.
Well, easy for you to say.
Yeah, it
Take
is.
it away. Let's have a look. Bishop d3. So I was right. We needed to wait, you know, for white to make a decision in a very complicated position. So Gunay chose to play queen g2, knight c2. We already analyzed this position before, and we know that we cannot play rook b1. We cannot save this rook. So I think in this position you have 2 very safe options. You can take on c3, just give away this rook, but you have 1 extra pawn, so you have to claim that you might be better somewhere in the long run. But after bishop d2, the computer says that okay, there is not much. You can play queen e2.
Bishop f3.
Yes, bishop f3, and then he plays queen e6. He threatens to take the pawn on e2, and I think maybe there is quite a dynamic play. But after bishop d5, you know, says queen e2 once again, so, and bishop f3. So that's where you understand that the computer doesn't understand anything because he repeats the moves and the evaluation is still better for white. And here there is an interesting move, bishop d5. So the idea is to take on f7. Let's say if you grab the rook on a1, then I will take on f7, then king f7.
Check.
Yes. Queen d5 check, and let's say you protect this bishop, and you take the bishop on d3. So your knight is no longer threatened on f1, and here,
the bishop is hanging?
Yes, bishop is hanging. He's going to take on
I think there's perpetual. Oh, I thought white could just give queen e4 check and perpetual?
Yes, he can, but I don't know why the computer, takes on c3, because I think that he keeps the option of giving the perpetual, taking the pawn. So, of course, you can give queen e4 check, but then you have to see all the perpetuals. So for me, this line is quite tricky. I don't think that white will go into this line, because after b takes c3, he thinks that it's still equal, because you can take this pawn, you can take the pawn on a6, and your knight on a1 is out of play. Right. But this is not human at all.
No.
Like if you're, well, mildly insane, I would consider bishop d5 and bishop f7, but so I think that b takes c3 is the key move in this position.
Wow, I'm still recovering from mildly insane. Nice. Thank you for that. That is a crazy Marshall Gambit position, I must say. And again, I find myself drawn to this ending between Irina and Nana, two players who are tied for second. They both have 1.5 points. And the more I'm looking at the position, I'm actually really liking Irina's position. I know what you're saying, Almira, about g5 and, you know, the fact that with the split pawns, I'm missing a rook. Like if I had a white rook and I could put it on the c7 square, I'm happy. If I had a white rook and I could put it on the a5 square, I'm happy. I agree, I'm missing a rook, but I also see, you know, weak pawns. And I'm thinking, on a good day, if I could trundle my king, trade
the knight?
Yeah, I could trade positions with the knight. I could at least put a lot of pressure on the c6 pawn. In the meanwhile, I don't see black really using her majority. I mean, yeah, I agree. You're going to be pushing the pawns, and I can imagine the pawns getting to e5 and f5. But I don't see a real chance for a candidate passer over there. Maybe on a good day, I get to put my king on c5, get to play b4, b5. Good things could happen. So even though I'm not thinking it's a win or anything like that, I'm just thinking I'd rather play Irina's position.
Oh, for sure. I think white actually has an objective advantage.
Yeah, just
pawn structure.
Right.
The very good knight on c5 versus the really passive bad bishop on c8.
For the moment. But I do visualize that, you know, if black can put the knight on d4, put her pawn on e5, the bishop, the passive bishop for now could emerge. But yeah, I'm liking Irina. We'll keep an eye on this one. Sorry, Elisabeth's game with Anna. You had mentioned, Nazi, that if you were in black shoes, you would probably like to play d5, d4.
Yes.
Would you be doing it first by putting your bishop, you know, before you blow open the center, your rook should be
I would develop. There's no rush
first
to play d4.
Okay,
Yes.
so we do have bishop e2 on the
I
board.
can play rook e8 or rook d8. They both look good.
Right, and you're kind of thinking you want to play it with d4 at a certain point. So go ahead, take us through your thought processes here. You would start with bishop f5, you would start with the rook.
I think I would play rook d8.
Rook David 8. Okay, I'm castling for Anna.
So now if I develop my bishop, you might play knight b3 with a tempo, and then knight
Yep.
d4, right?
Yeah, I was actually, I was of a different thought that I really, really, really want to play b4. and I want to play bishop b2. So I didn't know if I wanted to use the tempo against your queen or to try to set a trap for you. Please fall for my trap. Knight takes b4. I can't recapture because my rook is hanging, but I can use the tempo, hit your queen, defend the rook, take on the next move. So I was thinking I was going to play b4, bishop b2, but this is...
Queen b6?
Right, exactly. And we could be getting some kind of position that you're aspiring for, where you get to play d5, d4.
So here you do have knight c4.
I do.
I might be losing that pawn after all.
Well, it's my lucky day.
Looks like it.
That's fantastic. So sorry, you're not going to play d4 in that case.
Almira has some updates for us.
Please, Almira, jump in.
Well, actually, it seems that you can play d4 in this position.
Immediately.
Yes, immediately, and probably equalize immediately, because you shouldn't be afraid of ghosts in this position. If white plays b4, you protect your knight by queen d5. If you play bishop f3, bishop f5 is a simple defense once again. So, but if after queen d5, knight e4, queen f4, bishop f3, a very important move, queen e6. You are not allowing for white to take on d4 with the pawn. Then if you castle, that's what I analyzed, and rook d8, and I think that black is doing fine here.
Even in this bishop is opposite color, even though you're a pawn down, you're doing just fine. You think bishop c6, queen c6 takes on d4, no problems.
Yes. This no, you can take like e takes d4. Yes,
that's
but
what I mean.
Well, this bishop is actually quite passive here.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. But you started with. Black could immediately equalize. I think both Nazi and I kind of had the feeling that black could potentially be better because white bounced her queen all around. She went queen c2, queen c3, queen d4, queen d1. So because she's so far behind in development, why isn't black better?
Because that's really a paradox, because the position is so solid. Yes, white has two bishops, a pair of bishops, and its position is so solid because you have no weaknesses.
I think only white
can... I have no weaknesses. I just love the sound of... Thank you very much, Almira. I have no weaknesses. I love it.
I think only white can get away with such things in the opening, because if black was to waste so many moves and not develop, you would be lost.
Well, exactly. As a coach, you sit there and say, don't become infatuated with one piece. We saw queen c2. Queen takes c3, queen to d4, queen to d1. So a lot of white moves with the queen, but the idea that white structure is intact, there's no weaknesses in the structure, even though she's behind in development, the two bishops is a compensating factor for the lack of development, huh?
But this is how computer actually challenged the classical doctrines now.
Orthodoxy, yeah?
Yes.
With
so I think white has also a better pawn structure, and I think if you have this possibility, you should use the momentum and play d4 immediately.
Wow. Okay, I just find that intriguing. So once more, we do have the position after bishop e2. By the way, clock times between Anna and Elisabeth?
Anna has 39 minutes and Elisabeth 50.
Okay, so let's just do the most direct, developing move. Bishop f5, castles by white, rook on a8 to d8, bring everybody into the party. My next move is rook d8. Do your worst. What do you think Anna should do in this specific case?
b4.
All right, perfect. b4, let's go. And after b4, queen b6.
Bishop b2.
Perfect, let's go. Rook d8. So I've got, I have to be proud of myself. I am a classical player. Look what I've done. I've put my rooks in the center. I have the isolated queen pawn, but I'm maybe at long last I'm ready to play d5, d4. Go ahead.
So at first I was going to play knight f3, but I don't like that you have the option of bishop g4.
Okay.
So I'm going to go the other way, knight b3.
Knight to b3. Okay, fair enough. And we get a position, well, Jennifer Shahadi would say, it's a time for rover, rook up and over. You know, I'm supposed to leverage my pawn structure control into some kind of...
If black had a black squared bishop somewhere on b8, h2 diagonal, I would be terrified of the rover.
Exactly. My knight on e4, as pretty as it looks, and it does look pretty, is somehow in the way of the bishop. I would prefer my bishop on e4, so let me do something a little bit unorthodox here. I'll drop back with my knight in order to put my bishop... Whoa, the training is working. My gosh, really? Can you do that? Oh, nasty. Okay, so that's why we understand a little bit that the two bishops, bishop on b2, even though I thought I did everything right, I brought my rooks into the center, I completed my development, I'm prepared to play d5, d4, if the two bishops.
Yeah, I think if black waits too long before pushing d4, they're just going to
miss the opportunity to play d4. And we, our social media, we have a tweet. Get ready, everybody. Brace. We have an incoming.
Question. Do these women play professional chess full-time, or do they have another career?
First of all, thank you so much for the question, because I think each and every one of these women want to consider themselves professionals, but the difficulty in women's chess is the opportunities. They don't have enough. But some of them are professionals, right, Almira?
I think that almost all of them are professionals, but I think that you combine playing in tournaments also with giving lessons. Some of them will also teach.
Irina, Krush, yes, for example, does a lot of chess camps. Sorry, please continue.
Some of them are doing commentary, I was going to say. Yeah. Well, but...
Who could you be just talking about?
Well, Irina was the main commentator for the Ding Nepo World Championship match.
Yes, she was, alongside with Viswanathan Anand. Please continue.
Yes, and I think that, well, overall, we spend our time dedicating our lives to chess. I think, well, I've been playing chess since I'm 5. I don't know, Nazi, how about you?
I was 5 as well.
5?
Yeah.
I was 12, if anybody's interested. I started late. Go on.
Well, I actually, it's not even about that, because I think that, Yasser, once again, you've been too dogmatic in your approach to this position.
You. Yes. I'm proud of myself.
And, well, Nazi has to be also more subversive, but here, okay, I give you an opportunity to play d4 here. You wanted to do it for such a long time.
Why
think.
Not?
Yes, this is possible.
Okay.
And what is strange, that computer gives this move in this position, so he goes for this endgame. And he thinks that white is slightly better, but...
With a weaker pawn structure.
Yes, with the weaker pawn structure, but still the pair of bishops, very powerful bishops. But as you see, I think that this is not enough, once again, yes, to win the game.
Yeah, d5, d4, a lot of it hinges on that. Sorry, Nancy, I want you to jump in, because you are a 2-time U.S. women's champion, and you won the title. You won a good prize, but maybe it was one of the biggest prizes that you've won in your career.
In one tournament, for sure.
In one tournament. Yes. And it's just that if you could play 6 U.S. women's championships a year...
And win all of them.
Or even to take second on occasion... that would be enough for you to be a professional and dedicate your life. But otherwise, it's very hard to do that, right?
Yeah, like you said, there are just not enough strong tournaments with big prize fund for women to play. So a lot of us do other jobs as well.
Yeah, for me, but also I want to say on behalf of the chess club here in St. Louis, Chess Club and Scholastic Center, we're very, very proud of Carissa Yip. There's no question. We're very, very proud of Carissa. She's a generational talent and top women's player, but she made the decision to go to Stanford, get her degree, and everybody's proud of her, and that's fine. But in some ways, it's a disappointing because from 18 to 22 is such a formative period of time. If you're going to go and challenge Ju Wen-jun and play for the Women's World Championship and win, I don't care, $1 million, it's going to be hard for you to get the Stanford degree. So it's tough for us. We want women, and we want to encourage more women to play chess, but at the same time, we have to give them more opportunities, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And choosing academic path, it gives you some more of a safety and guarantee. So.
Exactly, exactly. Even the great Hu Yifan went to Oxford and got her degree. I believe she's a professor in China, one of the universities there. But yeah,
she's still the highest rated female player at the same time.
And still the highest female rated player. Yes. More games. What do you have for us, Almira?
Well, I was listening to a very interesting conversation.
You got mesmerized.
Yes, I got mesmerized. Okay, let's have a look at Irina. Okay, we didn't have...
By the way, Elisabeth did play immediately d4, as Almira suggested. Immediate d4.
Oh, okay, so we have a move on the board. I think that, yes.
Not to see the ghosts. You described it.
It's very important to trust your abilities to calculate and, well, to trust yourself. So d4 is the move which is very precise here. So I think that Elisabeth calculated this line till the very end.
Okay, it flashed through my mind there in that game of Elisabeth that after the move d4 is if you castle, I wanted to play the move knight takes f2. And I had this, I got charmed by this idea of dragging your king up the board and maybe asking some very salient questions here. You know, you've seen these bishop sacrifices on h2. Is that it?
With the rook? Just to keep my king safe, safely tucked in the corner.
Right.
So I will be only down 1 pawn.
Say it again.
Only 1 pawn.
Only 1 pawn. Well, but hey, let me pat myself on the back there as I... in France, we would say the petite combination.
Petite combinaison. But Nazi, what a change of paradigm. You know, 2 minutes ago you were claiming an advantage. You know,
now you're only a pawn down.
Now you're a pawn down, and you know you're happy if you will make a draw. Well, but I think it's a brilliant combination. Knight f2.
Wow.
Well, yes, king f2.
I'm a sucker for flattery.
Yes.
Go on.
It's not a move that you're going to make in this situation, and well, certainly you're not going to take on e3. So, but here you also have queen b6 check, and maybe you can even grab the pawn on b2.
What's better than 1 pawn being 1 pawn up? 2. Yes.
Yes. So
yes.
You have to watch out in this position. White has to be very careful, yes, after d4. And actually, Anna has only 35 minutes left. This is one already on the move. What move is it? Move
13.
Move 13, yes.
Wow.
It's a critical moment of the game.
Wow. Okay, so d4. That's why we are capturing on d4? Is that...
I think...
Or we were playing...
I don't think we're capturing. I think we're looking at b4, yes.
Yes, sorry. It was the b4. Queen was coming across. And this was... Don't be worried about ghost variation that Almira was mentioning. I've also heard Irina is a little bit for choice. I suppose that the combination of the moves...
Nana didn't play g5.
No.
She played e5 instead, correct?
Well, I think she actually played king e7 first, king d2, okay. But she is inviting bishop g4. Maybe there's a little bit awkwardness going on there.
Maybe she just wants to play knight d6 and exchange the bishops?
Okay, now this is interesting because I have some very strong ideas about knight endings. Okay, so my ideas about knight endings is they're very, very similar to king and pawn endings.
Right.
Right. You really should know your king and pawn endgames inside out. The second thing about the knight endings is funnily enough, flank pawns become more important in knight endings than central pawns.
Right.
Which is kind of contrary to whatever we've been taught. We've always been taught capture towards the center, control the center, control the center. In knight endings, an A pawn, pardon me, an A pawn as well as an H pawn, those are the terrible passers for the knights.
So you're saying they would be much stronger than the E5 pawn in this
Precisely, because if I have a white knight, you have a passer in the center, and I have a blockading knight, my knight is on E4, blockading your pawn. My knight is actually doing things, blockading in the center. If you have a blockading knight on A7, I have a passer on A6, your knight is off the board. It's not playing a role. So in a pure knight ending, what I'm saying is white's queenside majority is actually more powerful than the kingside. How that gets matched to the position at hand, don't know. But those general world...
Right. It might still not be enough to win.
Necessarily, right.
But white definitely has that small advantage.
I'm a bit surprised by the move king c3, by the way. She did not play bishop g4, king c3. Okay, she did it.
So now I assume black's going to play knight d4?
That's, I think, the whole point of Nana's play to now is, remember you told me that the bishop on c8 was passive.
Right.
So
now,
putting the pawn on e5, opening up the diagonal makes perfect sense. So Irina, of course, sees that this is happening. Does she want a bishop ending? Does she want to play the move knight b3?
I don't think so. First of all, black doesn't have to exchange after knight b3. But of course, white should be playing on the queen side. That's where we have the advantage, 3 versus 2.
Right.
But should white include move f4 here and create an isolated pawn on e5? Does it help white or not?
Well, first of all, yeah. Am I isolating the pawn? Like I'm just thinking like I'm not necessarily isolating the pawn, right? If it was just like I could play f4 and magically trade off the f pawn, I'd be considering it. The problem that I have with f4 is I always look at it and I say, am I playing on your agenda or am I playing on my agenda? When I look at this position and I see you have a majority on the center and the king side, I'm thinking that's your territory. You know, my sphere of influence is the queen side, what you were saying. So I'd be a little bit reluctant to play f4 unless I was isolating, as you said, the e5 pawn. Jump in on this. Oh, I see you got the Alexandra game. You're looking there. My feelings here are that black has done well. That
equalized.
Yes, that the especially if you could get in g5 right away, I'm beginning to think that black has no problems whatsoever. So I'm thinking king c3 is a little bit inaccurate. Tell us about the our tournament leader, Alexandra Kosteniuk. How's she doing, Almira?
Yes, sir. I was completely stunned by the position on the board. No, this is my analysis. So Alexandra actually played c2 here. An amazing move. She's still a rook down, but all of the white's pieces are completely paralyzed. And so after the move a3, black has this incredible move, knight a2. Yes, but
look at that move.
Exactly. What else can you do on the other hand? You know, I think that this is the only move which holds the position together. So you'll have to take on a2, queen c1, b4. And after queen b1, white has to give the rook back, rook c2, queen c2, and a very important move, queen c6. So I want to trade queens, breathe for a little bit, you know, phew. Of course, black shouldn't trade queens here, and after queen d1, queen e8, bishop f8, bishop g2, I was trying to understand well, if black can create many more threats, but I think that this position is equal now. So
Yes.
the two bishops and black pieces activity compensates for the pawn.
Right.
But I think this is the variation that we are going to see on the board.
A lot of fireworks, but it does look like it's petering out there as Alexandra Kosteniuk, our tournament leader, sacrificed a rook to get up to get these Marshall Gambit compensations. And I agree with you, the two bishops feels like a draw.
Right, but all of Alexandra's games this tournament, all three of them have been fireworks.
I know, she's definitely brought it. As we get ready for break, we want to say that here in Missouri, they're celebrating their bicentennial 200-year anniversary. And Dr. Jeannie Singfield got a chance to be a part of those festivities with an Eagle Scout project, marble board, chessboard. Have a look.
In 2019, the Missouri Bicentennial Commission, along with Governor Mike Parsons, approved the building of a life-size chessboard to celebrate the 200th anniversary of the state of Missouri. Dr. Jeannie Singfield, a patron of Scouting and Great Rivers Council Board member, proposed that the project be built as an Eagle Scout project. Jeannie invited 16-year-old Andrew Dowden of Troop 6, Jefferson City, to take on this incredibly important project.
My name is Andrew Dowden, and I belong to Troop 6 in Jefferson City, Missouri. So my troop, we were down camping down at the Sing Fields, and Jeannie came down and asked, is anyone close to getting their Eagle or needing a project? She had this idea of the Eagle Scout project chessboard, and she wanted somebody to kind of work with her to see what we could come up with. At the time, I kind of had a project in line, but when she brought up this idea, obviously I wanted to choose it because it was a lot better idea than what I had started. Prior to this project, I did not really know anything about chess. Once I got into this project, I downloaded an app on my phone and started playing chess, and I took the chess merit badge down at Scout Camp. This was a bicentennial chessboard for the Historical Society of Missouri. There were a lot of people that helped me with this project because whenever I got the pictures from the Historical Society to engrave onto the granite, I wasn't very familiar with the technology needed to engrave on there, so I needed some assistance with that and learning how to do it. And after all that, I'm pretty sure I know how to do it now. So to engrave those edge pieces, I went down to the Lake of the Ozarks Scout Reservation, and we used the Epilogue laser, me and Thomas Yang did. I wasn't really expecting it to end out this big, but as me and Jeannie were working, it just kind of got bigger and bigger and bigger, which I didn't have a problem with. I thought, I can take on a little bit more and a little bit more, and it ended out to be a really, really cool project. So we had a ribbon cutting of the chessboard, and there were a whole bunch of people there, including the governor, the St. Louis Chess Club, the World Chess Hall of Fame, the State Historical Society, which all helped out during this entire project. Jeannie was there. I had to give a little speech that I didn't really know I had to do, but that kind of has taught me a little bit about speaking too, so I think that has helped me too. This project, it's made me real proud that everyone is enjoying it. Like every time I go down there, somebody's playing, and then they're taking care of it, which really makes me proud because me sinking all that time and everyone else that's helped me sinking in all that time, I like to see people use it, but I also like to see people appreciate it.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at our results in round 3. So far, we have 1 draw.
In the All-Indian Derby, nothing really happened. They just tested each other's opening knowledge.
Yes, and they both knew what they were doing.
Well, today, we seem to be having a number of draws. We've been fated by an 80% decisive rate. Let's just jump into the games as we saw this very important move in the game of our tournament leader, Alexandra. She sacrificed a whole rook in a martial gambit. So first she sacrifices a pawn for the initiative, then she sacrificed a rook. She won back the rook, but she still is the pawn down. But here, White's queen is remarkably passive. You don't want to follow in a position where you're stuck on defending the knight with your queen. This is an important move, queen c6. Even though I'm not going to trade queens, I'd probably play either queen d1 and or queen b1. The whole idea is you could go check, force the bishop back, and rather than having your queen stuck on g2, bishop goes to g2. White's a pawn up, but she's not going to be able to do anything with her extra pawn. This game seems to be headed for a draw. Let's go to the game, also interesting one, where we're a pawn up, but we're having trouble doing anything. Today. Yeah, it is a theme. We're having a very hard time with White gaining an advantage when we, right here, Zhansaya, an indication she doesn't have an active plan. After b5 played the move rook d2. On our break, we were mainly focused on h5.
We're looking at h5 and a5 for black, and we're considering even is black slightly better, maybe, positionally?
Right, because it's sort of like White's pieces are a little bit stuck. This knight, in particular, has nothing to play for. On the other hand, if it moves, knight takes e4 is not what you exactly had in mind. And in the meanwhile, maybe we'll get a passer. So this position, despite being a pawn down, feels like black is doing fine. Rook c8, an indication that we're still thinking about a5, b4, and c3 as well. Then let's come to the game of Irina, Krush, and Nana. I thought that it was incumbent upon Irina to actually improve the position of her king. That is to say, to try to get the king to c5, maybe on a good day, escort her pawns home. She's pushed her pawns forward with the moves b5 and a4. And I have to say that for me, that doesn't help her cause, and the position's more balanced than ever before.
G4 response surprised me to g5.
Wow, yeah,
But
maybe it does. You're right.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange. I mean, it kind of fixes black's kingside pawns.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we're putting the pawn on the white square where black bishop can attack it, and our bishop has to defend it.
Right.
But like you said, I don't think it changes the evaluation. It still should be
exactly
equal.
And finally, that leads us to the remaining game. That's the game between Anna and Elisabeth. We did see that move d5, d4.
And Anna took on d4, which is a little bit surprising, but
we had
I
been
think
expecting d4.
The crazy part in this game is that they're on move 14.
Yeah.
Anna has 12 minutes left.
12 minutes. And her first 4 moves were instant, like d4, c4, knight c3, queen c2.
More than the first 4 moves.
Right.
Yeah.
So say it again. So 12 minutes left.
For
26 moves?
26 moves, yes.
Yeah, they just play
And it's
14.
a tough position. It's not an easy position where you can just, develop castle, exchange pieces. No, she has to be careful.
Wow. We know that she likes thinking, but that oftentimes she does it to a great deal of excess. Well, knight takes d4, what can I say? I mean, I'm looking at the position, of course I'm going to castle.
Right. I don't think we have another move.
I mean, well, b4 with the idea of capturing, I think is just going to provoke queen d5. And
or queen f5 might be
or queen
a good
f5.
move too.
Why am I helping my opponent centralize their pieces? So let's see. Castles.
No, I wouldn't exchange my knight on e4 for your knight on d2, so I'm just going to go back knight f6.
You're going to go back. You're not even going to take my bishop.
See, I like my knight on d4 so
okay,
much.
that's fine. Okay, so away you go. That's
I
fine.
want to play bishop f5 next and use my knight on d4 to put pressure on the queen side. Yes.
I get it. But I do have a plan myself. Now, knight b3, I would find it attractive, but in this case, let me put my knight on c4, where, again, I like my knight centralized. So knight to c4, tickling the queen, attacking the knight.
Queen c5?
Ooh, you're playing with fire.
I always have knight e2 in between moves.
It might not always be on tap.
I take that back. Queen d5 looks better.
Queen David
D5.
5, okay. Queen to d5. Bishop to e3, not much else. I got to develop. Developing is important.
Knight e2.
And finally, we get our bishops of opposite color position. Is it a day for draws? It feels like a lot of very equal positions. I don't think either player has a significant advantage in our little conversation we were having. I'm seeing a lot of even positions. How about you, Almira?
Well, actually, I think that given the time factor, Elisabeth should have tried something else. This is the position that I was analyzing. But here, she had another move, and she could pose a lot of problems to Anna. She could have played rook d8. So keeping the pressure for the moment on the board. So let's say, what if you castle here? Yes, you want to finish your development. But here, look at the evaluation of the position. It's already -1 after rook d4. So Nazi was absolutely right. You have to be careful, but only after rook d8. So after rook d8, you have to probably play the move b4.
Okay.
Yes, because you have to get rid of this pin. So let's say queen f5, knight e4, queen e4, and then you can castle, knight d4. But this is a different position, and Anna has very little time. So I think that Elisabeth should have tried this. I also analyzed another line here, b4, queen f5, queen d5. So, well, if you try to defend the pawn, bishop b2, simply knight d2, queen d2, and queen g2. So yes, this is a very nice position for black. After queen d5, what else did I try? No, that was it. Yes, I think that.
Quick question, Almira. Whenever I see these types of position, I always look at knight takes b4. Like in that you play b4, I play knight b4.
Well, you're absolutely right. But the computer gives a very strange variation, so let's try. As usual, knight e4.
Okay.
And then knight c2.
All right, double check, by the way.
Double check, yes. So king f1,
Give me the rook.
Yes, knight a1, bishop b2.
Right.
And the fact that he is hesitating here, proves that, that this position is not so simple to evaluate.
Right.
And I'm not sure that black wants to enter this position, especially after d4, because it's very complicated. Of course, you can play queen d5, knight c3, but white still has two minor pieces.
For the
rook, yes, you can.
Yes,
you can take on the one. Bishop e6. Black has sufficient compensation, but it's not easy to evaluate if you should enter this variation at this point of the game.
Right.
Especially when you play d4, you want to equalize and to have a comfortable position.
Right. And it's not really the position per se, it's also the clock.
Right.
The clock factor. Do you want a complicated position when you have little time?
Definitely not.
No, you don't. And 12 minutes. The Anna we all know and love, they're from many, many U.S. championships, way, way down on time. But maybe that was a missed opportunity for Elisabeth. Rook d8 was far more chaotic and complex than knight takes d4. It might just be that we're just going to see a lot of hacking and bishops of opposite color.
Should we say that real Anna is back?
The real Anna is back, yes. Well, the real Anna stand up, yeah. And again, just we so many decisive games, 80% for rounds 1 and 2.
I'm afraid we're not going to see that today.
I don't think so.
But
Not from the positions that we have. I just want to go to the Alexandra game for a moment because, again, this is like it's confounding and then happening in the same round that two players are up a pawn.
Right.
It may stand worse. How weird is that? Referring to the game of Alexandra, she's black. She's a pawn down after the move queen to c6. Alexandra properly kept the queens on the board because it's for me the queen trade should only occur if our king is vulnerable. If our king is not vulnerable, we're not trying to trade queens. In this case, white's king is vulnerable, so she's trying to trade queens.
And just that combination of the white square bishop and the queen is the compensation for the pawn.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
As well as the fact that this bishop, which is the second bishop in the position, is matched, paired with the knight on f1. The bishop actually on f8 does more good in the position than the knight on f1. After bishop g2, bishop back to b5, I find it easier to play black because I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to go queen a1. Your queen is probably going to stay on the third rank, so it's going to be tethered to the a pawn. Your bishop is going to be tethered to the knight. Your king can't move.
How are you going to improve with black?
Well, I'm not. I'm just saying I find it easier. I'm going to keep the position, and okay, I don't say that I will ever win the pawn, with an a5 break, but I'm just saying that I love it. I absolutely love keeping my opponent tied up. I mean, so that they're incapable of moving. Yeah, that for me is a kind of an ideal. Almira, jump in. Does the engine say white's better?
No,
no.
Of course not. The engine shows the perfect equality, but it dawned upon me, and finally, 30 moves later, I understood what Alexandra preparation is about, the depth of her preparation once again. So that's the position that we have on the board. So after queen a3, you're absolutely right. I think that you have to put the queen on a1.
Right.
But then, of course, it's not so easy for white to untangle the pieces, and I understood that probably black's idea is to play g6, bishop g7, bishop b2, and at some point black might even be better. So let's try, because I haven't tried this variation yet with the computer. So after queen a1, let's try the move h4.
Makes sense.
Can we try g6 here? No, maybe we shouldn't allow it h5. Yes, the computer plays h5 first.
Okay.
So you should make a move with your queen. Probably queen f3, g6. Okay, my plan should come to execution. And see, the computer already gives a slight advantage. Okay, he changes his mind, but after bishop g7, you're absolutely right. It might be easier for black to play, and I have a few threats.
Indeed.
So let's
only piece that white can move is the queen.
No, I mean, obviously you would love to break the pin on the first rank, but if you try to play moves like f3 and king f2 in order to break the pin, you'll probably be doing the cure is worse than the disease. You're probably making more weaknesses than you would like with f3 and king f2. So our tournament leader, I'm saying, is not in any danger of losing. And
not at all.
Yeah.
If anything, if Gunay makes slight inaccuracies, Alexandra will have a chance to fight for more.
Exactly. Something could slip there. And let me just go around the horn a little bit more. This is the game of Zhansaya versus Bella.
Did have h5, h4.
I think this inclusion is very useful for black. Why? Because this knight, not only is it tickling e3, it does suggest that there is a possibility of rook over to f8 and f2. And, you know, you have this very angry feeling that, you know, you're fighting and you're a pawn up and you're not enjoying the extra pawn. What's wrong with the world?
You keep asking yourself, I'm up a pawn. Why am I worse?
Why am I the one on the back foot. Why am I defending? And
so black has two ideas. Rook f8 is one of them, and
Yes.
also a5, b4, and opening up a file, and maybe going rook a8 and from the other side.
that would be a very nice one. And what about if I just crudely try to, play c3 and rook takes c3 and, keep that position fixed as well. So
Do you think black has chances to play for more than draw?
no, but I think it's just like a much more comfortable and easy draw for black than you would think, being a pawn down. Irina Krush. Again, these two ladies are having a successful tournament. Both are tied for second, 1.5 points out of 2 behind our tournament leader. And, well, if Alexandra does draw, the winner of this game could
Join her.
But we've been thinking for some time that actually Nana's doing just fine, and the last few moves kind of indication of that. F5, H3, King D6, and I think both players are a little bit stuck at this moment.
Hard to improve with either side.
Right.
Because you don't want to overpush.
No.
That's the one thing about the pawns. They don't move backwards.
Yeah. Well, Victor Korchnoi, when I was working together, he had this wonderful, I wanted that we have what we call the Texas drawl.
Texas draw.
Yeah, drawl.
Oh, okay.
Well, howdy there, partner. And Victor Korchnoi had this Russian drawl that kind of went, Yasser, pawns don't move backwards. I'd be playing g4, g5, exposing my king. Yeah, and exactly, the pawns don't move backwards. In this particular case, black has achieved more or less the maximum. She doesn't want to go any further. Moves like f4 would only be helpful for white and give up the e4 square. So this game looks like it's heading for a draw. Almira, jumping to you, of 4 games, what games caught your eye?
First of all, I wanted to draw your attention to this position. Computer seems he doesn't like the move h3. If you want to play for a small advantage here, white should have taken on f5. And I actually wanted to have your opinion. What would Anatoly Karpov say here? After bishop f5, knight b3. Should we exchange those knights, or should you play knight e6 here?
Okay, and should we be trading the knights?
That's a question for you, yes.
Excuse me. Well, I mean,
what do you think?
No, I wouldn't. I would, if I was black, I would like to keep the knight, actually. I would play knight back to e6 to f4.
I think that knight e6 is a very important move. You shouldn't trade the knights, because I think that Anatoly Karpov would be quite happy with this endgame. It might give him some chances, and he could try and win this. I don't know. So, but after h3,
yes,
which was played in the game, h3, and then king d6. Here, he evaluates this position as equal. And you are absolutely right.
Yeah. And thank you, Almira. We do have a tweet. Brace yourself, incoming. Let's see what we have. This one is from I'm Threes.
On Instagram.
On Instagram.
The question is tips for amateur chess players.
Let me take this one first, because this one is so easy for me. If you're in the St. Louis area, come and visit the St. Louis Chess Club, as well as the World Chess Hall of Fame, and imbibe the chess goodness that goes on here in the Central West End in St. Louis. The club is really, really magnificent. We have a lot of coaches, chess lessons, chess lectures by top grandmasters. There you see.
There are classes for children, there are classes for adults, there are ladies' nights every Thursday night.
Indeed, and the World Chess Hall of Fame right across the street, some great exhibitions going on. The T.S. Eliot exhibition is going on as I speak. And I got to tell you that it really is a worthwhile visit. Other than that,
also,
seriously, check it out. Tips for amateurs, go on to YouTube. It's unbelievable how many lectures.
I was just going to say that
Please,
if you're
sorry.
not in St. Louis area, they offer online lessons as well.
Right.
And there's so much already free information online.
It's incredible.
St. Louis YouTube chess channel and many others.
Yeah, you could even pick up some lectures from Varuzhinakovian, to name but one of the many lectures that are available. And I believe, of course, that the St. Louis has a channel. Sabina, for example, Dorsa was recently on the channel, and that is a kind of a constant, if you will. Always tournaments are going on, not just the Cairns Cup and the U.S. Championships, but the Classics as well. And we do have a special guest in a studio who is with Almira. Over to you, Almira.
Yes, hello, and we have a very special guest today. Hello, Mike.
Hello.
I'm here with Mike Isaacson. So you're an artistic director and an executive producer of the Muniz. Can you tell me a little bit about the Muniz and how important a landmark it is in St. Louis?
Well, that's a great question. Like the St. Louis Chess Club and the St. Louis Chess Hall of Fame, World Chess Hall of Fame, it is a singular international national institution right here in St. Louis. We are in our 105th season, and it is the world's largest outdoor theater. There are 11,000 seats. We produce 7 huge Broadway musicals a summer. We perform for thousands of people each night. And each night we also have 1,500 free seats. So anybody from the community can come. It's a huge tradition here in life. In St. Louis, it's a huge part of life of going to musicals at the Muni in our beautiful Forest Park during the summer, which is 3 blocks from, here we are at the Chess Club. And it's just this incredible, beautiful tradition, and people just love it. And we have this connection to the worldwide musical theater community, Broadway, London. People come from all over the world to perform on our stage. And we have like the top talent, Tony Award winners, Olivier Award winners, incredible designs, and it's a huge part of life in St. Louis, and something we're really proud of.
Well, you're an award-winning producer and director. I know a lot about you. Please reveal us the secrets about the upcoming season, and especially about the chess musical.
Yeah. So, as you said, I'm the artistic director and executive producer, and sort of my real job, besides being responsible for everything that's on the stage when you see the show that night at the Muni, is to sort of really understand the audience and what excites them and their imagination. And chess has been a dream of mine since, this is my 12th season, since I walked in the door, because it is this, it's like the greatest musical you've never heard. It is a wonderful, wonderful musical that was an international hit. And this is our first time at the Muni. It's a real premiere for us, first time we've done the show, which I am so excited about. The music, it first began as an album, an incredibly popular album around the world in the late 80s. And it sold internationally. There was a song, One Night in Bangkok, that became a dance hit somewhere. There was a duet, I Know Him So Well, all these songs. The music's by the guys who did all the ABBA music. And the lyrics are by Tim Rice, who did Jesus Christ Superstar and Evita and all these great musicals. And so it's this incredibly rich, bold rock and roll score in music, and told in these incredibly vibrant styles, and people just love it. And a weird thing happened with it historically. They first did it in London, and it was a huge hit. Ran for 4 years, and it was a massive hit. Then they brought it for Broadway for reasons I don't know why. They decided to change the script, change a lot, and it didn't work. It closed very quickly on Broadway, but it was sort of still this legendary show, and it went out on a national tour in a different form. But it continued to be popular worldwide, word of mouth. PBS did a big concert version with Josh Groban and Idina Menzel. It's been done in Russia. It's been done in the Far East, all over the place. So finally, because of the St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame, we have this amazing partnership and we can bring it to the Muni. And we're going to use the original London script. We're going to use what was a huge hit, which basically celebrates the glorious music of the show. And it's really, really exciting. And everyone in St. Louis is so excited about it.
And well, you anticipated my question, but what is your personal vision of the musical?
Well, you know, there's nothing greater than when you go to the theater and you're surprised. You walk in and you think, I don't know what this is, and it takes you on a journey, and you love the music, and you find the characters, and you just, you know, you get an experience that transports. And you know, time is on our side because, as if you're watching this, you know, chess has never been more popular in the United States. It's incredible, thanks to the great work of everyone here. So we're landing at right a moment, like even people who don't know chess are curious about it. And why is everybody talking about it? So the story within the show tells the story of an international chess tournament, Russians versus the US, and the two men playing. And of course, the second for one is a woman who maybe falls in love with another. So you sort of get this sense of intrigue and personal stake. But you know, everything that's been explored in popular culture right now with the Queen's Gambit and all the things you know, people are really interested in, like, why does someone play the game? Why is this game so popular through history? There's a song in the show, The Story of Chess, that gives you how chess came about. So it's hitting it right the moment. People are really curious and excited.
Well, I had a question for you. Now, I was born in the Soviet Union.
Yes.
And, well, I've lived through these chess stories, but on the other side. And I wanted to ask a personal question. For example, how did it touch you personally when Bobby Fischer played the match against Boris Spassky?
Well, I was young then, or younger, let's say that. What I remember, what a great question. What I remember so specifically is this was going on, and clearly it was important. And it was a game being played, like, you know, I knew sports and athletics, the other day of game, but this I knew was different. Like the stakes of it and the idea of what it meant to the world, I'd never seen anything like that before. Like, that was new to me at the time, like, oh, a game matters worldwide? I mean, you sort of have it with the Olympics, I guess, but that's its own, a different kind of energy. This was, I remember it was just in the papers, remember newspapers? It was in the papers every day, and it was on TV, and everything about it was so, and it was sort of the thing where you went, oh, I need to investigate this. And I'll admit, I did play chess. I was terrible. I played it a lot in high school. I was not successful at it. So I'm aware of the game, but I don't play it because I'm not good.
Well, thank you so much for this wonderful interview. And I'm actually looking forward to the chess musical because I've seen it several times. I love the music.
Isn't the music great? It's fantastic music. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so, and please come, everyone.
Everyone's watching. Come to St. Louis, come see chess.
There you go. Thank you very much, Mike. And
Actually,
very, very good luck with the shows.
I feel so lucky. I'm going to be in St. Louis during July 5th to 11th.
So you know we're going.
Maybe every day.
Right. Yeah. No.
So excited.
No, for sure. And I've got the story of the musical chess. I got the story. Oh, yeah.
Huh?
So in 1981, I was in Merano, Italy for the World Chess Championship match between Viktor Korchnoi and Anatoly Karpov. And Viktor was playing terribly, and I kicked him out of the hotel. We were staying at the Palace Hotel in Merano. Go do your Lunglauf. Forget about chess. Just get it out of your mind. And I spent a delightful evening with a gentleman who was really over-the-top ridiculous. So what his story was is he was going to make a musical on chess. And I said, well, that's a ridiculous idea. He said, no, Yasser, it's not. I said, it's not chess where you go in and the first thing they do is say, silence, don't talk. You're going to make a musical on chess? That's the worst idea I've ever heard in my life. And then he began to describe to me his vision. And I was like, wow, that's actually interesting. And he says, no, Yasser, it's going to be great. It's going to da-da-da-da-da. So at the end of the evening, I said, well, you have me at a disadvantage. My name's Yasser. And he said, my name's Tim Rice. I said, nice to meet you, Tim. I walked to the door, saying our good nights. I said, wait a minute. Jesus Christ Superstar, Tim Rice, Andrew Lloyd Webber. I turned back and I said, you're Tim Rice. You're going to do a musical on chess. He says, that's what I've been talking about for 5 hours already. So I knew a musical on chess was coming. I set my alarm. I woke up to one night in Bangkok and I said, oh my God, that was the song that Tim sang to me.
Wow.
Yeah. It was like amazing, amazing. Jumping into the game, let's see, Anna versus Elisabeth. We did get into this bishops of opposite color position, but I was really surprised by the move, knight b3 by Anna. I thought we were looking at knight c4.
Right.
I thought that made a lot of sense to attack the queen, and again, I like the knights to be a little bit more centralized. Knight b3 was her choice, and the difference was that after queen d5, if the knight was on c4, we would immediately, of course, be very happy to play the move rook d1. As the knight's on b3, Anna felt that she had to play queen d1, queen c4, just kind of catching up to the players here a little bit. Bishop to g5. Okay, I'm threatening to move rook c1. What's going on? I asked first.
You're really fast.
Yep.
Can black play bishop g4?
Yes.
Because knight
Legal.
on b3 is making me a little uncomfortable. It's
Yes.
not that well protected.
For sure, right? Exactly. That is for sure.
Oh, white has queen d4.
Nice. That's what I wanted. Yeah, I wanted to say that the bishop being defended by the knight and the knight being under attack, I think I have to move queen d4.
Mm-hmm.
Just in time, by the way. Just otherwise, maybe I'm a little bit uncomfortable having to play a move like f3 here. But okay, bishop to g5. Could you tell me the clock times? Because I know Anna is really down on the clock.
Anna is down to 5 minutes and 40 seconds.
Oh dear.
And
For
21 moves.
5 minutes for, you know, she's supposed to start with 90 minutes for 40 moves. How did she get 5 minutes for 20? Okay. And
25 minutes for Elisabeth.
For Elisabeth. Okay, so the clock is a big factor. Bishop g5, and I think in the next like 2 or 3 moves, it's really going to define whether anybody's better. Because if we go for the variation we were just looking at, bishop g5, queen d4, I think that kills the game, essentially.
And I'm sure Elisabeth is looking for ways to complicate the position.
Exactly.
Just to put pressure on Anna's clock.
Exactly.
But it's not easy to find a way to complicate this.
Right. So for a move like I would find myself attracted to, whenever you're telling me, keep it complicated, well, what are you actually saying? Keep pieces on the board is what you're saying. So knight e4, trying to keep pieces on the board. I'm assuming rook c1.
Do I have knight d2?
Oh, well, there goes a piece. Asked and answered. That's a very good move, knight d2. If you're trying to trade pieces, that does it. And this is what I mean. If you can't complicate the position, it's going to be dead very shortly. Irina versus, whoa, this position.
So Irina pushed the pawn all the way to a5.
Okay, I was wondering if black was going to get a chance to play a5, but she didn't. a5, king c7, knight b3, and we've caught up with the players. Why did we go king c7? I'm not sure, but okay, this is the...
But now black has to exchange the knights. Earlier when Almira asked you if you would exchange, you said knight e6.
Yeah, I would have preferred the knight to go to e6. In this case...
You don't have that option.
Knight e6 takes... Could we just explore another move or two? Because there is the move f6, but let's say I take pains to make sure that the pawn doesn't go too far. On a good day, hello?
But bishop g4?
Okay, bishop to g4. What is... remember what I was telling you about the knight endings and how I respect the
corner pawns?
Well, yeah, the outside pawns versus the central pawns more. Here we're seeing a manifestation of that after the move b5. Okay, so it means I have to trade knights, yes?
Or
after
maybe
knight
you could
d3.
start with f takes g4 here.
Ah,
I think that's a possibility as well.
I like it. I'm still not too sure. Tell me what do you
I have
think
to take
about
with king.
Yeah, what do you think about this bishop ending? Do you feel like it's anything here? Okay, I'm not sure. Let's say I play king d6 and just wait.
I think it's just equal. I don't see how I can improve.
Right, I'm just keeping all the tension in the position, and I don't know. I'm pretty sure you don't want to play c5, but if you play b5 in a premature moment, my king might actually just be very, very, very well placed on c5, you know, elbowing you, blocking your king from getting into the position. This is an important game, Almira, for our tournament results, as two players who are tied for second are going head-to-head. How is the position from the engine's perspective?
Well, both of you are absolutely right. The position is equal, and I think the key to understanding this position was the move h3. That's what changes the evaluation, because this weakness is very important. So now you can actually take on b3, king b3, and you might even play f4, but king d6 is very good as well, so because white cannot progress.
Right.
Cannot make any progress.
So a draw seems like a likely outcome. In the game, I wanted to go to Bella. Where are you, Bella?
Board one.
Board one. Zhansaya. Yeah, this was the thing. Ever since she won the half pawn, the extra pawn for white, Zhansaya has been in a situation where, strangely enough, her pawns and pieces are stuck in mud. The knight on g3 has to remain on g3, keeping the pawn on e4. White's not really that interested in playing d5 because then her position, her structure loses all flexibility. In the meanwhile, black is expanding on the queen side, and we feel that Bella maybe
slightly better,
with the black.
There's a time factor also. She only has 4 minutes left, while Zhansaya has 35 minutes, and they still have 8 moves to make. So I guess Bella's trying to reach the time control and then see if she can actually play for a win here.
Exactly. What was her last moves, by the way? We can see that from White's point of view. White has actually, her last 4 moves have been with her rook. She's just been moving to and fro, if you will, with the rook. So that's an indication right there that White is not playing to making progress.
And I think in the game, if you quickly jump to Anna's game, things have simplified completely. We have opposite colored bishops and the rooks left on the board.
So Elisabeth, as much as she would like to try to exploit the time trouble of her opponent, no. She couldn't keep the pieces on the board, and this looks like it's definitely going to a draw.
Probably going to look for 3-move repetitions.
And they're very, very good. They will discover a 3-move repetition, no doubts. So, I mean, again, we came in so much fireworks, so many decisive games in the first 2 rounds of play. 80% of our games are decisive. Really, things have settled down greatly. Just want to go to our tournament leader for just a moment, because we've just seen this last move. I liked what Almira was saying, that you go play g6, go play h5, then see what you can do about bishop g7 and maybe bishop b2. Try to take this pawn. Keep the pressure on the first rank. This move, queen c7, sets a little trap. It says, a petit trap. Take my pawn. Please take my pawn. Queen takes. Bishop is going to jump to d5, right? And now you have to defend, well, that's mate in 2, right? You have to defend with bishop to e8. And I was thinking that there was a forced way here. It flashed in my mind there was a forced way of making a draw. Now I can't remember what I was thinking.
Attack the bishop, maybe?
Yeah. Was it queen?
I can defend with queen a4.
Right. Seriously, I thought I saw a forced.
No, I don't think Queen B8 is good.
Okay.
Maybe we can free our knight, or is that too slow?
Well, I like, hitting the bishop at least. One more time. Let's hit
Queen
the bishop.
A4?
Yeah, and let's see how can we bring our knight. What's our most effective square? E5.
E5 would be great.
E5 is great.
3 moves to get there.
Okay, let's do it. That's 1, and this is 2, and so we're going to go E5 or G5 next. And it's kind of funny. We're turning the tables
Queen
a little
D7?
bit. At one moment, you had me on a back rank pin. Now
the tables have turned.
now I've got you on the back rank pin. It's kind of a funny situation. Have the tables turned? What's going on, Almira?
Well, I wanted you to discover it yourself. Before you played Queen D7, this position is minus point.
Oh,
yes, 0.6.
terrible.
So you did everything as usual to lose this game.
Well, we're doing our best.
Yes, you're doing your best. Here you have Queen D1, so I think so.
Queen D1.
Yes.
That's simplest.
And then you keep an extra pawn.
Right.
And of course, this bishop is a very important defensor. He keeps the fort. So after bishop f8, this position is completely winning.
Right.
But I actually don't like the trend, because maybe you could have tried bishop c4 here, not queen c7, but bishop c4.
Attacking
and it's
A6.
important, well, to exchange the b4 pawn against the a6 pawn. But I think that the trend is not going in your way, because look at this diagonal. So maybe I can put my bishop on c6. I don't know. I can try something. So it's well, you definitely will have to suffer for a draw.
Right.
But Alexandra didn't take on a3.
She did not.
Yes, she played queen d1 after h3, g6. The position is still equal.
Right.
But I wonder if, well, she's preparing bishop g7, maybe bishop d4. Also a very important inclusion. Then you can put king g7. So you will have to play h5 at some point anyway. So let's say white just played h3, but let's say h4, h5. Then you make a queen move. So, and now I can play maybe bishop g7. So queen c8 back, king h7, and it's more pleasant for white to play this, as surprisingly as
more pleasant for black.
For black, sorry.
Yes, to play this, absolutely. It's again for me as a chess grandmaster, I hate being pinned down, and this back rank pin is really annoying. The results this far.
This far, we only have one result: draw between Dronavalli and Koneru. Another 4 games are still going on, but it looks like we have equal positions everywhere.
Yes, across the board. Anna Zatonskih and Elisabeth Paehtz definitely, boy, there's, talk about equality. I was about to say the structure, if black were to put her pawn on a6, it would almost be an identical pawn structure, as time is no longer a factor. A draw definitely is the outcome of this one. Irina, Krush. Okay, b5. That's, I don't know. I was about to say, once Irina has established her pawns on a5 and b5, black's king is going nowhere. You're definitely going to stay in the vicinity of the queen side. On the other hand, white's king doesn't have any possibilities of breaking.
Not yet, but f5 pawn's going to get either exchanged on g4 or on f5, right? Or black might push f4, but that also looks a little bit, maybe it's fine too. But either way, it looks like white will have access to e4 square. But does that change anything?
I'd be very doubtful, because I'm having a very hard time imagining where white's king is breaking through. I could put my king on g3 after quite a turn, and I could play h4, and I could open up an avenue but not really,
Not
because
really,
you
yeah.
just leave it there, and I trade on g5, and I'm not. I don't think Irina is really going to be able to forcibly somehow, even if I do get f4, I suspect somehow the king is not going to go to e4 and is not going to, let me just imagine the worst for just a moment. I'll probably put the worst position on the board for Nana. So she's allowing essentially everything. But hold on, I can use the pawn as a decoy.
Okay.
b6 and b7.
So is your goal to go king f5, king g6?
Yes,
Okay.
that's precisely my goal, to try to invade. So how would you do this? You would go back, right? I'd go
go
b6.
king e6, actually.
What, you're going to checkmate me when I king e6? That's a very good move, because my intention of b6 and using the pawn as a decoy is going to be met by king e6. Now, I don't even think, even if I get my king to e4 in the best of circumstances, I don't think that she'll be able to break through.
Right.
Back over to you, Almira. It's a day of draws, a draw fest.
Not yet. And I wanted to warn you, because I really think that f4 in this position is a huge blunder, and computer agrees with me, because you forget that after you put your bishop on f3, and it doesn't really matter, how do you maneuver here, you have to watch out for this idea, because I will play a6 first. Let's say I will make a move, king e6. I will play a6 first, and then I will play b6.
Nice.
And that's why your king has to watch for this breakthrough all the time, and then you can bring your king. So this is the move that you shouldn't make in any circumstances. I think I wanted to show you another way to lose the game.
Please.
Which is, you can make a very natural move e4. It doesn't lose anything yet. So for example, I tried f3 here, and then I said, okay, what's more human than to centralize your king? And you play king e5, but as you can see, this is losing once again. So
instantly, too.
Yes, you have to be really very careful. So if you take here, and if you take bishop f5, for example, I have the same idea of this breakthrough. So I will play first a6, and then, you will have to bring your king closer to the pawn, but then b6. So you still have to be quite precise in this endgame. And maybe after f3, you can take, e takes f3, bishop f3, and you have to keep your king closer to those passed pawns.
Gotcha.
That a6, b6 idea is the one trick that white has.
Yes,
so
it's a goody though. Yeah, you have to be very careful. Again, I think we're going to be seeing a repetition shortly in the game between Anna and Elisabeth as they figure out a way, and I think
they found it.
They found it, of going to and fro so that they can make a three-move repetition. Anna Zatonskih, for those of you who missed the opening of the show, I'm not going to say it was hilarious, because in some ways it was hilarious, but in other ways it was painful.
For sure.
The game of yesterday, Anna was 2 pawns up against Bella in a rook ending, cruising to victory, and a victory it was. So Anna had come into the studio, proud of herself, very nice. She won a very nice game. And Almira interviewed her and said, Anna, you missed something. You missed something. Can you spot it? And Anna came into the studio, and this was her reaction.
Welcome, Anna. And this
I think we had the reveal.
Because Anna just saw the move rook a3. I showed her, because hopefully she didn't see it during the game.
I didn't see. Of course, I would play something.
But even after you played, rook a3.
I was looking at all kind of stalemates, and here, like in this moment, and I saw this idea. It's like,
well, congratulations! You won a very
so bad for my opponent.
Congratulations on your victory, Anna. Anna was like, what kind of victory was that? And we do have a draw in the second draw of the round, and the first for us. We're so used to victories and decisive results. We're pained by the second result.
Yes, so it's okay to have one day of draws. I'm sure most of the time we'll still have a lot of decisive games.
Exactly. And we're going to go to a commercial break, and we'll see you on the other side.
Hello, everyone. This is WGM and former U.S. Women's Champion Sabina Feuscher. I'm very excited to be here in St. Louis at the third edition of the Cairns Cup. I'll be taking over St. Louis Chess Club's social media accounts. So please, if you want to interact with me and see more behind-the-scenes actions and videos of the players, be sure to follow St. Louis Chess Club's social media accounts.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Muni in Forest Park.
It's your move. The Muni premiere of chess plays the Muni through July 11th. Sponsored by St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. For tickets, muni.org.
Welcome back, everyone. We have 2 results so far, 2 draws between Dronavalli Koneru and Zatonskih Paehtz.
And a number of other games that seem to be heading in that same drawish direction. We have been spoiled by a very, very large number of decisive games. In fact, 4 out of 5 games per round thus far have been decisive. But we've already got 2 draws and several others. We're going to jump to the game of Kosteniuk for just a moment because she's our tournament leader. She's playing the black pieces. She's a pawn down, but actually with her 2 bishops, with the fact that white's king, the knight on f1 is pinned to the king on g1, this long-term pin has actually given black an advantage, and there's always the possibility that the bishop can steal down to the b2 square, pick up this pawn on a3. Now what white is doing is saying, hey, this is pawn on h4, might be playing g5, queen takes h4 to maintain my extra pawn, but the strange part about this position is a single misstep, and basically we've seen a repetition thus far, by the way, but a single misstep could cost white the game.
Definitely.
Sorry.
If black manages to grab the a3 pawn with the bishop, and then b4 pawn falls as well. Black has a passed pawn on a file.
And in fact, Almira, as we were on break and coming to the game, you were saying, be careful, there's a way to lose this position as black right away. Show our viewers.
Well, I just simply wanted to show you that even after the move that Alexandra played here, so let's say bishop e5, there was queen g5, well, you can simply play king g7. And
okay.
If you take this pawn in h4, your queen is, well, absolutely out of the board here.
Yes.
You can put it here. So now you can start and grab these pawns and push your a pawn. So this position, as you can see, is already much, much better for black.
Much better.
So you can't take the pawn in h4. So you have to find a way simply to wait. But this is probably the most unpleasant thing for me in chess. And especially against the 2 bishops, you know, at some point you lose patience and you go for something, and that's where you lose the games.
So this idea that you have to defend passively for a long period of time is very, very difficult for everybody, actually.
So I think maybe you can try queen a3 here, but here bishop b2 is winning the a3 pawn.
And once again, black has achieved a lot in the last 5-10 moves, whereas white actually hasn't achieved anything. This pin on the first rank is really very awkward.
But that's
nothing
the
got
key
solved.
to white's defense. They don't need to achieve anything. They need to passively defend, which is very hard to do.
Very, very hard to do. So possibilities of our tournament leader increasing her lead, or can
if she pulls this off, that will be 3 out of 3.
Not bad. Or could Gunay maintain the position? We'll keep that game. Another game that we've been keeping our eye on, and this game of Bella, she's been a pawn down, but she's achieved something, I think, which is rather significant. Her, I want to say, potential pass pawn on the queen side, that is to say, black has this idea of a pawn breakthrough. She wants to play c3, and after b takes c3 to play b3, right? Sneak a pawn up the board. The extra pawns that white are in white's possession, the pawns on e4 and e3, doubled and blockaded, so they're not really doing white any great favors, whereas c3 is serious. Sorry, Nazi.
Black
please.
pieces are absolutely perfect. If you were trying to improve black's pieces, I don't see how you could.
Right, exactly. We have a very, very strong player in the Northwest area, Seattle. His name was Robert Zook, 3 letters, Z-U-K, Zook, Bob Zook. And he was a very, very strong master, and he would put his pieces on the best squares. And that was called the Zook point. He reached the zouk point. Then he didn't know what he was supposed to do. He just put his piece. So black's pieces are ideally placed, but then you got to have a breakthrough. But in this case, the breakthrough is very obvious. If it was Bella's turn, c3 is on her agenda. So for example, if we scoop a pawn, rook takes a3, this is what Bella is thinking about. Can I
thought that black's idea was if rook a5 to take on a3 and get the rook on b2. Because I still get to have a pass pawn on the c file without sacrificing another pawn. I don't know which one's better. But
so something like
too.
this. Check, where am I supposed... I don't have a choice, actually.
Probably.
c3. Okay. I didn't know which pawn was the most dangerous, right?
You can't go rook c5.
I wanted to go rook c5, but I do see you got a sneaky
And if you
tactic.
take on e5, my pawn promotes at the end. So.
Ooh, this is wicked, as well. Funnily enough, I didn't. I had a different blinder. Sometimes you see one idea and you discount others, but this is also...
Who said it? When you say a good move, look for a better one?
Michael Tal.
Michael Tal.
Yeah. If you see a good move, stop, think, look for a better move before playing the good move that you saw.
But I recently heard during one of the, either some strong tournament, Anish Giri said that old advice, he doesn't believe in that. He said, you see a good movie, make it.
Yeah, just go for it. Play
It's
a
a
good
practical
move.
play now.
Yeah,
Yes.
now, right. But this is also, and that is why white is stopped. The move rook b8 froze, because if I'm not taking on a5,
Maybe I should keep
Knight
the
to d1?
files closed and play a4.
Ooh, but a4, how am I keeping things closed? b3?
So if I take in rook c5, you still have rook b2.
Yeah, and you... Sorry, once again, just tell me, I don't even see how I'm dealing with this pawn. I mean, if I come back, this is not exactly my dreamboat position,
Knight
right?
d3? Or knight d1 might be better, not sure.
Knight to d1 might be better. Yeah, that is true. Okay.
And king's coming to d3 next move.
That is kind of true. Yeah. Good point. Okay, so you're taking on c3 and rook b2 probably is more delicate. Black somehow is for choice, Almira. Bella is playing good chess suddenly. Really good chess.
And I have a very interesting variation for you in this position because I wanted to try a more human a4 here, as Nazi suggested. And c3, I think, is, well, a very human try indeed here. So the computer doesn't like b takes c3 because he thinks that after b3, black is even, well, not even, but
much
better, yes, after this. So play b2, rook b1, then knight c4. Knight d1 is losing after rook d8.
Oops.
So this, yes, this
you
position
quit
is
just
already
one move
lost.
too early.
But there is a very interesting variation along the way. So after c3, well, you play, what did I analyze here? c3, knight d3, knight d3 here. So knight c4.
Right.
b3.
Right.
So knight d2.
Wow.
Yes, rook a5, knight b3.
Yeah.
Rook b5. And you think that actually black is winning. Because after you take on b5, I can play c2.
Okay.
No. The computer says b6. And if you don't make this only move, knight a5 here, you're actually losing. If you dare to promote...
Right.
Sorry, just...
King d7 looks good.
Yeah.
King d7 is e5.
And
then
now
also
we
knight
queen.
a5 is important, but if you dare to promote here,
Yes, we queen.
you're actually losing.
Wow.
And then b7.
Nice.
So knight loses against the two pawns, b6 and e5. Wow.
Yeah. Nice.
That's how I spend my days in the studio. but well, I love chess.
Right? It was a beautiful variation.
Yes, so
which goes to say that out of the 3 games remaining, this game has the best chances of maybe a decisive result, whereas in the game between Irina and Nana...
I'll say Alexandra also has some chances.
Oh, pardon me. That is true, too.
Definitely. Bella's playing for a win.
Right. And in this game of Irina, this was the problem. I just didn't see... I mean, Black's king, for reasons of pawn breakthroughs, whether it be A6 and B6 or directly B6, Black's king is more or less stuck. The Black king has to stay on the queen side. And I was about to say the only pathway up the board is E4, and so long as the bishop patrols that square, it's hard to get there. She plays bishop has commentator's curse, but she does it with a purpose.
Right.
It is a tempo against the pawn. If we drop back with the bishop, we can then come back.
Bishop D3 here?
And then we go back.
Oh, I see.
So I'm waiting for you to...
hopes.
Yes.
But maybe I
Yes.
can go around. King F3?
King F3, give me your pawn. Oh, no, then you can, well, can you? Maybe.
That's interesting.
It could be a bit of a race in that case. Probably I should be more, what can I do? Sorry, bishop here, king F3. Probably I'll wait. So
Okay,
I'm
king-
waiting for you to step to the E4 square so I can go here.
And if I go King G4?
Ah, no. Ah,
But are we just exchanging pawns? No, I'm taking 2.
you're taking 2. Well, that's
well, I'm
not
trying
good.
to.
That
King
is not
H5.
good.
Take on H6. You don't want to play G4, right?
No, I don't want to play into any of this. Strangely enough, I thought that Black was keeping. It was, hold on, I got thrown off here, just a second. Here she played the move bishop f7. I thought, why didn't she just keep her bishop on this diagonal? So I'm thinking the moment you go here,
Well, you can't keep it, right? Because white... Oh, that's the idea, okay. Maybe
right?
she had that, yes.
Okay, things
Okay,
has
can we
happened.
go back to the current position?
Let
Because
me refresh my board, and
actually,
I
think
will,
Nana
will do
made
that.
an inaccurate move. Because she moved the king. Now, I can go... So if I go back to the line A6,
Right.
you have to go King C7.
And this is A6, B6. Now you're
Right.
threatening B6. I have no choice. I have to go King
And then
C7.
King E4.
Almira, we've got a breaking alert here. We think Nana has given Irina a golden opportunity.
Well, I told you so. You should always watch out for this move, for this idea.
Pawn breakthroughs.
And she's completely lost now. Irina has this A6 move at her disposal. You should always keep your king here. So King D6 is a terrible mistake. So let's have a
Terrible.
look. A6,
Right.
King C7 now. And now your king is moving up to E4 and
over.
you're completely winning. There is absolutely nothing that you can do, Bishop
was
E8.
Nana's mistake on move 40? Was she in time trouble?
I'm not so sure, but here, no, it's the
move
41st
41.
move, yes.
It was right after the time
Wow.
control.
So, for example, after bishop e2, you can simply play bishop g6. For
Amazing.
example, if you try to go this way, I think that you can easily hold like this, bishop h5, king g3, and then you keep your king here closer to those pawns, A
Right.
and B. And then, well, you can try anything, f3, let's say king c7, bishop b4, king c8. I don't see that there is any way for you to progress.
Right, to break through. Oh my goodness, King D6, blunder alert. Oh
Nana
boy.
rushed after move 40. You gave this advice at the last tournament, Yasser, that no matter what the position is, take a break, get out
Yes.
of the board,
Yeah.
go have a snack, walk around, then come back to the
Right.
board with a fresh mind.
Right. The person who gave me that advice, by the way, was David Bronstein, and his advice was very, very specific. Go and splash cold water on your face. Like he was really one of these, like, wake up. Cold water, towel yourself off, dry, and then come back, and you're like, somebody just slapped me in the face and woke me up. King d6, oh my gosh, that tiredness, long game, just
I think she just relaxed, thinking this is a draw.
Yeah.
To be honest, I think that she forgot about this idea. That's the only winning idea in this position.
Right.
And do we think Irina has already seen it?
Oh yes, oh yes. I mean, that's the one thing that she's setting herself up for, is that pawn breakthrough. And by the way, just remind me who our predictions were, because I mean, so far I've been on cruise control with Alexandra, but somebody,
Sabina's catching up.
Sabina, I thought somebody had Irina on their list. Our social media director, she's in the know. And if you want to be in the know, subscribe to the social media channel. Sabina's doing a lot of behind-the-scenes interview. She caught me the other day.
Yeah, during the break, right?
Yeah, during the break, yeah.
There's a lot of behind-the-scenes, very interesting interviews, short clips, photos, everything that you can see on St. Louis Chess Club social media accounts, both Instagram and Twitter.
Yeah, definitely stay tuned. But this is huge, and for Irina, one of the lowest. I think she's the second lowest seed coming
which is
in.
Difficult to believe.
Right.
That Irina's the underdog.
Like, hello. I asked her about that, by the way. I said, Irina, when was the last time that you were an underdog in a tournament? She said the Cairns Cup. Okay. Well, asked and answered. Wow, what an opportunity. And I'm telling you, I think she's getting nervous because she's very aware that the move A6, but she wants to be absolutely certain, because you play a move like A6, and if there's some trick in the position that you haven't quite seen, again, we're looking. So she's saying, yeah, if you step back with your king, I get it. I win on the spot with King E4, but what do I do if you don't step back with your king? What if I go Bishop E8? Well,
B6 still.
B6, we take it.
Bishop F3.
Oh, Bishop F3 immediately. Oh, wait a minute. You could still play A7.
True. Yes.
I'm sorry.
A7.
I had it in my mind that I was playing E5, E4. So I was like, oh, A7, Bishop, E4, and there's a problem. No, there's not. Don't. No, that's just it. That Bishop E8 is not even close. Just B6 kills it. So there's no variation. A6, you have to play King C7.
The importance of endgames.
Yeah.
We always get that question. What is more important, studying openings or endgames?
Endgames.
Endgames. Always endgames.
Endgames. Because what does it behoove you to play a beautiful opening, get a long-term advantage, blunder the ending?
Right.
Like, what did you achieve?
Happens so often.
Right.
You can play beautifully for first 30, 40 moves, and then you get an equal endgame, one inaccurate move, it's over.
And you're done.
By the way, let's check with Zhansaya Bella's game, because Zhansaya played knight d1. I think we're in the critical position here.
She did not go for rook takes a5, which we looked at. She did not go for a4. She played the move knight d1. Sorry.
Can black create a pass pawn like you wanted to with c3 and b3?
Absolutely. The other thing that actually flashed through my mind, c3 and b3 comes knight b2.
But I can take on a3 now.
Yeah, that was the other thing that flashed through my mind, is taking on a3. This is pretty nasty. That's a setup that we would like, right?
And your point earlier that in knight endgames, corner pawns are much stronger applies here too.
Indeed. Another manifestation of the old canards, that outside pass pawns overwhelm knights. We're seeing some pretty, I mean it in the word attractive, pawn breakthroughs in this round, Almira. And after the move knight d1, our spidey senses are tingling. Is there opportunity?
Yes, sir. I wanted to show you something really surprising. Please have a look at the evaluation of this position.
Only a little bit.
Only a little bit better. And then I tried a very simple human move.
C3.
C3.
Instantly
So
through the roof.
this is how important it is to trust your own abilities, your own skills. And that's actually an advice that I wanted to give the amateur players. So resist the temptation to analyze with the computer all the time. I think nothing can replace books and how important it is to study middle games and the end games. So after C3, black is winning, I think. So let's have a look. So what happens after b takes C3? Then Nazi pointed out that you can take on A3. Well, and after rook A5, knight C4
with the tempo
with the tempo,
against, yeah.
yes. So, and now rook A4, attacking the knight. Well, you have this very important move, rook B5. Why? Because, well, you threaten rook A5.
Nice.
It's a very nice move. So here what happens, if you take the knight, you will play rook A5.
Stop me if
and
you
white can't sacrifice knight or the rook.
Right.
It's incredible.
Exactly.
Stop me if you can.
But that's a very beautiful variation. So let's have a look if white has another choice after C3. So after A takes B4, it's very easy. C2, of
That's
course.
Simple.
So C3, I think, is completely winning. But it really surprises me that just a move before. So how important it is also to work in a mode of retroanalysis. Sometimes the algorithms are not perfect. And, well, here there might be a small bug, actually. So it's like after C3, I cannot find the move.
Even it's just that simple. You would ask me to do a Yoda, and I'm going to say, Almira, feel the force. It's not just about the chess engines, Almira. Feel the force.
Well, I do feel the force. Rook D8.
Feel the force. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I mean, C3 is very, very natural.
So
Did Irina find
She played A6. So in the last 5 minutes, we went from 3 draw games to 2 completely winning games.
Bingo.
Wow.
You're absolutely right. And boy, I would love to have seen the reaction on Nana after A7, A6. How
Yes,
did
sir,
she react?
And
she did play it.
Irina found A6, and I'm sure she knows it's winning.
And just looking at the camera there in the World Chess Hall of Fame playing hall, stop. Just stop. Start. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Realization that somewhere
It's
he made a
dawning.
mistake.
Yeah, it starts dawning like B5, B6.
And she is twirling the pawn. We've talked about the bad habit.
Right?
Of it.
The bad habit of, holding the pawns in your hands or pieces. Did you ever have that bad habit of twirling the pieces, Almira?
Not that I can think of. I was actually thinking of a historical image. If I could compare this position to something, then actually that's what I wanted to share. It has nothing to do with chess, but I think the Hannibal has crossed the Alps, I think. So as you can see, B6 and A6, yes.
Right.
And I think that now I wanted to praise Irina's play in this game because she played in a way where she deprived Nana of any counterplay. The opening choice, then the middle game, and even though the end game was not perfect, Nana got impatient. And I think this can explain the error in the end game.
In the very, very end. I saw that kind of cute picture in the B-roll as we were coming on. Elisabeth had her feet tucked under her on her seat, and I remember it was Ulf Andersson had the same. He would almost in a lotus-like position put his feet on his chair, and brought back memories.
When
Not
you're
of
nervous,
Hannibal,
it
by
makes
the way.
you comfortable or something. Yeah.
Right, but A6 that that's it. That's a winner. And Alexandra, she's going for the A pawn. No repetition, because there was an offer by white here. Bishop E5, Queen G5, Bishop F6, Queen F4, Bishop E5. Want to draw? No. Let's play on. Bishop C3, and it's very clear that Black is willing to part with her H pawn. Happily, so long as she gets to go Queen takes A3 and Queen takes B4, then it's the A pawn express. And like you said, we were thinking that it might be a draw fest with 5 games. Suddenly we've got 2 decisive games. Could it be 3 here as our tournament leader? Hold on, let me catch up. Sorry. Did she go back?
After Queen H6, she went Bishop F6.
So she could have just captured the pawn. Why did she?
If Queen A3, I think White has Bishop D5, threatening Queen G6. Can you defend it?
Sorry, say that again, please.
When Bishop was on C3, take 1 move back.
Okay.
So here you're suggesting Queen takes A3, right?
Sorry. Queen takes A3, Bishop. This is
Bishop
what
D5,
what disturbs her, that she's threatening. Yes.
Black Queen from A3 cannot defend G6.
Exactly.
Awkward placement.
Thank you. That definitely clears the cobwebs there. You're absolutely right.
But can Black play Bishop D3 here? There's Queen E3.
Bishop to D3. And
Queen E3 double attack. I want Queen E8.
And you're not getting the nice harmonic play that you want. So that's why she played Bishop F6. A lot of toing and froing, Almira, but I feel that Alexandra's making progress.
She certainly does, but I think she still didn't realize that it is very important to put her king on G7. Maybe she realized it now, so she went back Bishop F6, and if, let's say, Queen F4, you should try King G7 in this position, and then you can play on. So all the ideas with Bishop D5 and Queen takes G6, they do not exist anymore.
Exactly, with the king on G7.
Yes, it's very important. So let's see if you can play G5 here.
Right.
I tried Bishop B2.
What else?
Yes, after Queen H4, then you can take on A3, Bishop H3, A3, and okay, you can come back. But what I don't like about this move G5, that this is also becoming an additional target, because your pieces are still tangled here, and well, you can come back, unless we can try something with H4 and H5, yes, then maybe Bishop E5 here, so I don't know, Queen A3, and well, you have to find a way to progress from here.
I see. Not so easy for Alexandra. Still a lot of hard work in store for her in the game of Irina. After A7, pardon me, A5, A6, Nana is frozen, just frozen. She's come to grips with the fact that, oh my God, she's going to have to go King C7, allow the white king to go to E4. She's losing the pawn, and then it's just too straightforward. There's nothing to discuss. So once more, if you have a situation like this, all Irina needs to do is just pause. She's no hurry. The king cannot allow B6, so there's no way to defend King takes E5, and she can have her cake and eat it too in this case. King takes E5 is an easy winning ending, and I wouldn't be too surprised if Nana said, okay, I blew it. This is a losing moment. Go back to the Bella game for a second.
Bella's taking her time after knight d1 because we're on move 41. She just got
the
extra
30
minutes, so she's been, I think, thinking for a while. She's down to 12 minutes, I think.
Hard for
or I don't know if never mind, 18 minutes.
They put the clock in like 2-point tight. I mean, I'm sure they're trying to early blindness in my case. Don't hate that. But yeah, now you see the bird's eye view of the clock there, and 17 minutes.
And I think it is a critical moment. She has to play c3 in order to play for a win.
Exactly. Now, we spoke about that coming on the show earlier. Losing a game, harsh, beat yourself up, everything's okay. Losing a second game, now that really takes away a lot of self-confidence and hurtful. A third game, then you start questioning life itself, energy, matter, and everything else. Zhansaya's young, but it still hurts to lose
so bad.
3 in a row.
And with white, I think 2 of her games were with white out of 3.
Wow, so something, this is not going well, Almira. Jump in. Have you ever lost 3 games on a trot? It's a terrible thought, right?
Well, I think I had even a more traumatic experience. I lost 5 games in a row.
No.
When I was a kid in one of the championships, and then I bounced back with 5 wins. I don't know.
Right.
But I wanted to ask you, Yasser, is it still valid when you get married? Normally, you're supposed to lose 50 points, 50 rating points. So, Zhansaya just recently got married, and this is I think, her first tournament since her wedding.
Right. Well, that was what they said in the 50s. I thought in modern age it should be something closer to 40 rating points.
Well, I don't know. After I get married, I won the US Championship next month, so it doesn't always apply.
Well, for every rule, there is an exception. How about yourself, Almira? What's your experience? How many rating points did you lose?
Well, actually, at that time, I remember I actually was studying at the Sorbonne, so I wanted to finish my studies. But then a lot of tournaments, a lot of new tournaments appeared on the chess scene because we didn't have the World Championship, which had another format, so it appeared. So I had to drop my studies, and then I went on winning the European Championship, and I was qualified for so many tournaments, so that didn't apply to me as well. So.
2 exceptions to the rule. I probably made up for you both, but never mind. Let's
but
not go there.
But I have the second marriage.
Wow. Love springs eternal. Let's go to the game of Bella. So if I'm in white shoes and knight d1 and you play c3, it's my job to make your victory as difficult as possible. So even though we know what's coming up, I don't want to see the move c3, c2. I have to take. You don't want to play b3 because you allow me to blockade, but you do want to take. I do want to take. You do want to play knight c4. This move, to my mind, is a real beauty. Difficult. I mean, and it's difficult. It's not that. That's not an easy move to find. But is it the only move, though? Because I am not threatening king d3, but I
you're
am
not threatening rook c4. That's the key, right?
No, I'm not threatening rook c4 yet. But I may be threatening rook a6 and king d3.
So because of that, maybe I can play rook d8?
Rook David 8, okay.
By the way, we have a move on the board, and Bella, I think so, and Bella did not play c3.
She played, she prepped it with the, whoa.
She played rook c8.
She's allowing,
King d2, maybe?
Yeah, exactly.
Or take on, I don't know if I should take.
Well, if I go AB, king d2, haven't I just done myself a great service by stopping your pawns from breaking through? No, the move rook c8, that was a mistake. That she missed an opportunity there. Rook c8, rook c8, king ab.
So now her next move is very clear. It's c3, so of course Zhansaya is going to play king d2, whether with a takes before or without.
Right.
But then how does black create a passpawn?
Right.
After king d2?
Well, the reason why I threw in king d2 was just because I was fearful that
Still uncomfortable, yes.
Exactly. This pawn, especially with the knight coming to c4, I would...
I do have king c2 here, but we still don't want to allow it.
Right. Yeah, I would rather not. So AB would be my choice. AB, king c2, And I would breathe king d2. I'd be breathing a sigh of relief, actually.
For sure. Black cannot create a pass pawn. However, I do have an open a file, so let's try rook a8. Maybe
Okay.
there's something there.
Well, again, just a sense of relief
Knight.
that I can do this.
Knight to d3.
Knight to d3. Okay. So you obviously, you're zoning in on the action here. I don't want to play b3 and allow rook check. So can I disturb you? Check.
I want to go up.
Yeah.
King a5.
Okay, gift me the pawn on c4. Rook to c6. I don't want to take the pawn on g6. I feel like as soon as I allow rook a2 and knight b2, I'm going to be crying.
Yeah, if I can't keep c4 pawn alive, then I'm losing all my winning chances again.
Right. These rook endings, I really don't think is anything. Well, maybe I even have rook c2, but never mind. I'm just saying this rook ending, I really feel like, the
worst is over.
Yeah, exactly. So we're thinking Zhansaya just stared death in the face and got a reprieve. Almira, is that true?
Well, it's not over yet because the position is still slightly better for black.
Only slightly. Yeah.
Only slightly better, but this is the variation that you analyzed, like a takes b4, let's say knight f2.
I think we were trying king d2 mostly.
Or king d2, yes, then I like the computer's proposal knight d3.
Okay.
Rook b5. Yeah. You have to offer once again a human perspective on this position because of course it's -1. So the position is much better for black, but it's simply because, first of all, you have absolutely nothing to do. Your pieces are paralyzed, and there are a lot of weaknesses so in your side. So I think that black can play on for an hour here, do not compromise the position, and then try something in the time trouble.
Okay, play on for an hour. We used to say play on forever. But,
say
I
can make a simple move, rook d8. Then, well, should you go king e2 back? Because if you go, for example, king c2, then I can play knight e1, and I can take a few pawns.
It's strange. I'm not so afraid of your taking my king. Yeah, I was about to say, I would probably be willing to trade the g2 pawn for the b4 pawn, but the move b3. Okay, what's going on?
I'm inviting you to play rook c5.
Rook c5.
But we can't.
No.
Yeah, this is still looking pretty dangerous for white.
Well, but what was that? Takes king d2.
And knight d3 immediately.
Knight d3, rook b5, rook d8, king c2, knight e1 check, and just a second. I mean, I'm not afraid of this. Your pawns are stuck. I should be afraid of this?
Well, the engine, I see behind Almira, the one line is -2, the other one is checkmate in 7. So.
Then I'm worried.
Should you try the move king e2 here?
Okay.
Or at least it looks... because
safe.
Here the computers, yes, he offers knight c1, then king e1, knight d3. So this is less obvious for him. So, and here he simply waits, rook d6. So you need to make another useful move. Do you have a useful move in this position?
Rook b8 or something.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's try rook b8. And what does he think? He waits. Can he make your move, for example? Rook a6 Nazi, because he doesn't suggest this, and I like it. But unfortunately, yes, you have this knight f2 here.
Just willing to trade for the b4 pawn. Pardon me.
But even here, take on f2 and then b3. Oh, you win the c4 pawn. Okay.
Yeah. By the way, one of the extraordinary things is black is dominating a pawn down.
Yeah.
That is so weird, right?
Because it's the doubled pawns, and black's king is fantastic in the center.
Yes.
The knight, rook, all the pieces.
The passive knight on d1, the passive king, and the clock times.
Since they recently reached move 40, they still have a lot of time. Zhansaya has 25 minutes and Bella almost 15.
Okay, very good. Back to the game of Irina for just a moment, because once again, since the move A6, Nana has just froze. It's like, I mean, this horrible realization, because it comes over you in several ways. At first, you're disbelieving, like, no, that can't be right. Then it's like this, acceptance.
5 stages of
right, of grief, right?
Yeah.
And then you need a recovery, And oftentimes it's happened to me at the board that I literally look at my score sheet and I go, where did
I go wrong?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, in a situation like this where you just made a big blunder, I think it's better if you have little time on the clock, so at least it'll be over soon.
Exactly.
Now she has time to sit there and feel
the cruelty
Yeah.
of what has just taken place, as Irina's king is going to waltz up the board and bring her victory, a victory that might get her a tie for first based upon the result of Alexandra. What's going on there, Almira?
Well, Alexandra started with king g7. Her opponent played g5. And then this is the position which we have on the board after bishop e5. And actually, I found a way to defend this position, and I have an interesting variation for you here. So, as you know, you shouldn't take the pawn on h4. It's very dangerous. But let's say I will play queen e3, bishop b2. Then I wanted to play queen f4. And if you take bishop a3, I have a surprising move, but which makes a draw. Bishop d5. I simply leave your knight, on f1. So queen f1, king h2, bishop e8. But after queen f6, there is a perpetual, because it doesn't matter where you go. So if I will give a check here, and if you go here, then I can take the pawn on g6.
What if I went to h7 after queen f6 check?
Yes, let's check this one. So queen f6 check.
Just king h7.
King h7, but then I simply take here.
Yeah, temporarily the bishop on a3.
Even though I have a full move here, there's nothing I can do?
Yes, let's try. Well, this is
easy.
perpetual.
This is a draw. But the problem is queen takes g6.
You can try queen d3, so you protect the pawn on g6, but then you take on 8. You can take on b4.
No.
But yes.
But I mean, this is extremely difficult to find.
Yeah, but desperate
times.
Yeah, I wanted to say that, by the way, both players have been fighting in a sense that Alexandra wants to eat the queenside pawns, but she doesn't want to give up the kingside pawn. Gunay wants to take the h4 pawn, so I think it would be very hard for Gunay to say, no, I don't want to eat the pawn on h4. I have to play passively with the move on queen e3. Once again, if she does take on h4 right here in this exact moment, does the engine go berserk and say, oh, now it's lost, it's over?
Oh, not at all. It's still about equal, but I think it makes things easier for black. Well, maybe I can take, why can't I take the pawn on a3? Is it the same idea, bishop d5, with the idea of playing queen h6? And,
exactly.
Yes, maybe I can try something like this. Looks a bit artificial, but the game is good.
Well, in this case, though, I'd go queen h. If I saw queen h4, queen a3, bishop d5, I would say, let's go. I've got play. I've got play. I mean, I've won a pawn, and maybe on a good day I even get to play h4, h5 in a future lifetime. But queen takes h4. Is there something besides?
You can play bishop d3, anticipating all these ideas, and you can take on a3 on the next move. So this is also
that looks like an improvement.
Possibility. Yes.
Yeah.
So it's like a waiting move, because I don't have bishop d5 now.
Right.
Do I have a useful move?
No, you have to move your queen. Let's say you can play queen g4, but now you can take on a3.
But that's better because now white doesn't have that queen h6 idea, right?
Exactly.
Yes, but now your knight can move. So I'm not sure if after knight e3 and if I give you a check, can you play bishop f1 and exchange one of the bishops?
That's a little bit of a relief, though,
no,
right?
king
That I
goes to
could,
g2.
you know, like I've given myself. Yes, thank you, king g2. That's what it's been all about. The fight.
And she took the pawn.
Both players took the pawn.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to hand out some more memberships. But this is it. This is the moment. Bishop d5 by Gunay with the idea of queen h6 and queen takes g6 is probably the best opportunity she's going to have.
Can she start with queen h6 check just so black king cannot run to f8?
Okay, look, that's a good question. Queen h6. King g8 is forced. Now
And
you
now
want to say
bishop
bishop d5. I think there's a difference, though, here, right?
Oh, queen d3.
I mean, talk about a triple. I defend g6.
Amazing. Yeah.
I hit f1 and I hit d5. What a triple. And by the way, Irina, let's jump to that game because we have seen, yes, she did everything perfectly, that is to say, put her bishop on f1, and we're about to see captures on g4.
I thought h4 was better and just take on h.
I beg your pardon. Of course, you're right. 100%. H4 is the winning move.
Yes.
What? Excuse me, completely. H4, and you're just going to
Pick out
start.
both of those pawns.
Yeah, start a complete harvest on the king's side. Okay, sorry. Let's do this again. Show me. I'm going to go bishop e8.
Okay, maybe bishop d3.
You know what I was trying to do was I was trying to get you to play king g5 so I would put my bishop on f7, but you can go bishop d3
Yes.
and just directly go
Very
to
simple.
Very simple. No, somehow I don't have maneuvering room. I wanted to, the diagonal's too short or something.
Yeah.
I want to be able to put my bishop on f7. Nope, once you play bishop g6, h4 is on the board, but once you play bishop d3 to bishop to g6, that's it. That is going to win the game.
Yeah, black has no ideas here left at all.
No. Okay, so that's game about to...
That was unexpected because Nana equalized. Well, they had a very sharp opening, if you remember.
Right.
But then she equalized really well. Knight got to d4 in the end game, and then it was just one move, king d6, where she rushed on move 41.
Wow.
And it costed her the game.
Yes. Again, I want to jump back to our tournament leader, Alexandra's
We
game.
do have a queen on d3.
No.
But there was no queen h6, so
Yeah,
white
okay,
is fine.
just a second. I think I should refresh my board for just a moment.
At least that's what I have on my board. Yes, I think.
Here we go.
Queen is on d3, yes.
Whoa, 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 whoa. So she went bishop to d5.
Correct move.
Queen to d3.
Now white has knight e3.
And that's the difference. She can
Yes.
jump with the knight to e3. And that is a kind
I
of a
think
relief,
Alexandra
right?
needs to start running with the king, right? King f8.
Okay. By the way, yeah, okay, fine. King f8. You know, I would just love this opportunity to seize this opportunity and put my king on g2, but I'm also you're giving me the opportunity to play either queen e4 or no bishop c4. I don't know if I want to give up the diagonal. Should I go queen e4 here though? Nazi?
Probably.
I mean,
You're not losing a pawn, right? If I take in bishop f4, you just play h4.
Gunay was very, very happy to play. This knight hasn't moved since the opening, right? I mean, once the marshal appeared on the board, the knight appeared on f1 and hasn't moved in, well...
Most of the game.
Yeah, the whole game. So knight e3 on the board as well. And king f8. Since queen h6 isn't a threat, I don't know. If I play the move...
What do you like, Yasser?
I know exactly. What do I like? I'm torn between bishop d6 and bishop d4. I don't see the threat behind queen h6 for the time being. So if I play bishop d4, let's just...
Be careful with bishop d4.
Okay.
Do I have knight f5 check?
I didn't see it, first of all. I did not see that knight f5 check. My gosh, could that turn the tables completely around?
If I take the queen, yes, if you take with the queen, queen d4, and
life goes
has an
on,
extra pawn,
and white's an extra pawn. But if I take with the pawn,
queen h6,
I go backwards.
Queen g6, bishop takes f7. Wait, no, I'm not taking with the bishop. I have queen h5 check. Take with another check.
So
it has to be a mate, right?
Yes, king h8, queen h5, and there's your mate.
Queen f7 and queen g8.
Lovely, well done, nice. Oops, knight f5. Boy, that was a blind spot. I mean, the Dutch have a beautiful word, verrassing. Surprise, verrassing. Knight f5 check. Didn't see that coming, but bishop d4 would be an error, actually. Knight e3 on the board. How is the situation at this moment? I have the feeling that that Alexandra's let her opponent slip a little bit, slip away. And Irina has won her game. Woof.
Beautiful game. Well, beautiful end game.
Definitely, but for Nana, I mean, that hurts. That hurts a lot.
She probably felt safe the entire game, and then all of a sudden, it's over.
Indeed. Our second, well, what am I saying? Our first win, right?
Yes. Today, it's our first win. We had 2 draws earlier between Dronavalli and Koneru, Zatonskih and Paehtz, and Irina Krush just defeated Nana Dzagnidze.
And at the moment, she's in sole first place, as she's got 2.5 points. Of course, Kosteniuk could join her with a draw and even surpass her with a win. But for the moment, Irina Krush in clear first. And, well, that move knight e3, I think that really is one of those moments where you say the worst is over, and you kind of feel like the draw is in sight after you get to play your first active move in a very, very long time.
Unless they reach second time trouble, then anything can happen.
Is there a second time trouble?
Not yet. Not yet.
Because then they're just going to be playing on their increments for the rest of the game. That's it. And Bella, how is Bella doing?
Zhansaya didn't take on b4. There's no pawn exchange. So
she just played king d2. And her reasoning is that she likes the option of rook takes a5. So
after king d2, we're considering c3 check.
Right. And I was thinking, whoops.
So instead of rook c6, one move back.
Oh, pardon me.
Yeah.
c3 check. I was thinking that the reason why she wasn't afraid of c3 check, could it possibly have something to do with king c1?
No, I think that loses a pawn, right? C takes b and knight c4.
C takes b and knight c4.
Right.
Okay, pause, because somehow I'm not feeling it at the moment. You're not going to take with the knight on a3 because a5 is hanging, right? So if I hang, where should I hang? Okay.
Well, my rook is coming in on the second rank, so I might take with the knight.
You might take with the knight, but aren't I kind of munching my way to a draw here?
It does look that way.
Right? So perhaps she was fearful of king c1. We've been pounding the table. Play c3, play c3 just about at any moment. She played the move rook c6. She's been awfully patient.
Yes.
Maybe too much so.
To be fair, it's not like white can do anything except wait, but white's improving the king. I can move king c2, so
Right.
c3 doesn't come with a check.
Absolutely. That's, in fact, that's a huge benefit just to get out of those tempos, and especially the knight also coming to the c4 square when our rook is conveniently placed on a5.
Right.
Sorry.
Do you think Bella wants to exchange rooks, rook d6, and maybe she has chance in the knight endgame?
Wow. Okay, that's a completely different kettle of fish. Wow.
I think it's forced to exchange, because if you take on a5, there's b3.
Yep, that is probably bad news. I'm just
Knight d3 something.
yeah, exactly. Knight d3 and something.
Knight e1.
Knight e1. I was about to go. Yeah, but
Oh yeah, you can.
yeah, knight f4, knight e1. Yeah, this is definitely not joy. So you were asking me about the knight ending. AB, yeah.
It's hard to believe that with an extra pawn, white could lose this.
True, but these pawns are basically keeping my king, and maybe it's better. Wow, we're saying black has been a pawn down for the better part of 20 moves and enjoying an advantage ever since. You don't usually hear those words put quite like that, but definitely Bella is in the driver's seat, even in this ending. So you're right, rook d6 could be
And she just played it.
on her agenda. Sorry, I was just refreshing my board. And she has played rook d6, going for that knight ending. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm again.
Maybe white needs to exchange on d6,
Okay,
exchange on b4.
okay. So far, so good.
And I really want to force more exchanges.
So,
b3,
yeah.
allowing c3.
And
I want
then-
to set up a fortress here.
So what you want to do is you want to be able to have access to the square d3. Yep, I
Yes,
gotcha.
but I don't have it, right? Because after knight g4, am I losing? We have to calculate the pawn and then who is in Zugzwang?
Well, no, I don't want to
Allowing knight
calculate.
e3, picking up all your pawns.
Oh, I am
Knight
losing.
g2, knight h4.
I'm losing all of them, aren't I? I thought I was going
Mm-hmm.
to get something back, but maybe you're right. I'm just losing. Oh dear. No, I think you're right. I think that is. So b3, c3. Sorry. So take me through it again. So
I don't know how to set up a fortress. Here.
right. Okay. So let's say I go here.
Mhm.
You go here. Yes.
And just go back.
I go back.
King
Waiting.
d5,
Okay.
king d3.
Right.
And if it's white to move,
I'm in Zugzwang.
right. And knights are very bad at losing a move, right?
You can't lose a move. You can lose a tempo with a bishop very easy.
Mm-hmm.
You can stutter step on a diagonal. Knights don't lose tempi, so you can go back,
So this
but
is
then
mutual Zugzwang?
I wouldn't say black is in Zugzwang.
No, in the
because
sense
black
that black just wants to lose
right.
a move. Yes.
Yeah. So triangulate. Can you triangulate? Can you go like here, here, here? King e6, king d6. Because you can't move your knight.
Right.
So you have to move your king. You go here. You have to move your king.
Wow.
Triangulation, my dear.
Nice. Nicely done.
Well, thank you.
So maybe Bella is.
And maybe this night ending is winning. And we have a guest with Almira. Over to you, Almira.
Yes, welcome, Irina, once again. Congratulations. Well, I think that you had winning chances yesterday as well. So what a start, 2.5 out of 3. Well, I wouldn't call you an underdog, of course, but I think that all the US fans are chanting out there. So
Yeah, hopefully I'm making my fans happy.
So let's have a look at the game. Can you share a little bit, well, some secrets of your preparation? Why did you start with this line?
Yeah, well, it's funny. I mean, I think her triangle Slav was a very logical idea for her. But the thing is that, I mean, it wasn't necessarily the most obvious thing that she could do, right? It was just kind of like a logical idea. The thing is, though, that I thought about that too, right? Because it's so logical that, you know, I thought, you know, she might do that, you know, avoiding the exchange Slav, for example. And yeah, I went for the Marshall Gambit. This is something I've kind of had a liking for a very long time. You know, like, you know, back when I was like a teenager, you know, 20 years ago, and I was studying these lines, I mean, I kind of went through all the gambits, the Marshall Gambit, the Geller Gambit, you know, like the anti-Moscow variation of the Botvinnik. So
basically, I mean, I kind of feel like when black doesn't control the e4 square, it kind of makes sense to try to play in the maximally aggressive way.
So what did you expect? What was the end of your preparation? Was this somewhere here?
I mean, basically, queen a3, knight c5, bishop d4. Like, I knew this idea because it's actually far from an obvious idea. Like, the idea to go bishop d4, just trade on c5 and claim some sort of an edge in the end game because of your better pawn structure is certainly, it's not the most obvious thing unless the computer shows you.
And also maybe a very unpleasant choice for your opponent because you deprived her for any, she didn't have dynamic play at all.
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, Nana definitely thrives in more like aggressive positions. And so I wasn't sure how much there was in this endgame. I feel like for me, the big decision was trading off all the rooks, right? Like, I don't know, it took me a while to come up with this. I don't know how good it is, but I kind of felt like it worked out quite well. Because after bishop c8, I was like, okay, what do I really have here, right? She's going to go knight d4, pawn e5, and so I went for this trade of everything, which is definitely not like meant to be a draw offer. I mean, I expected to be pushing in this position. In a way, it like removes even more of the dynamic possibilities for black. So now you're like completely in a two-result game. I mean, white can't really mess this up unless they just fall asleep or leave the board. But I thought like it's unpleasant to play against the outside pawn majority. I would never want to be black in this position,
It's a funny fact because I said that you shouldn't trade all the rooks and you have to keep one.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, I just think, it was not an obvious decision, but I felt like, because if you're going to be pushing your queenside pawns, right, the more rooks there are, it's also the trickier it is to push those queenside pawns.
I thought that maybe, yes, g5 was a better move in this position. Just wait and see. So were you planning on playing b4 like you did in the game?
Yeah, I mean, just the general plan, king d2, b4. I mean, the thing is the black has to really feel the subtleties here, right? Like for white, again, it's much easier to play. I mean, I thought she played logically, but then there were a couple of things that I did that I thought were interesting, like this move g4. I mean, so in this game, I did some, funny things with the pawns because I wound up putting all of them on light squares, even though I'm the one with the, light squared bishop. So I'm kind of like breaking the rules. But I was like, oh, this is very interesting because I can fight for the e4 square, right? So there were definitely some paradoxical things going on with the pawn placements in this game. And this was one of those decisions. Here I was feeling like pretty good about my position.
f5 and h3.
Yeah, that was another one. I mean, I didn't know. Of course, taking on f5 was tempting, but then I decided to not activate that bishop for a while. I see the engine doesn't really like my choice, but in the game, I was like, I was pretty happy with it.
Well, the engine is not always right, so let's have a look at the most critical moments of this game. c5.
It was amazing that, to me, I was amazed that I was not, winning this endgame. I mean, after c5, b5, you think, those A and B pawns should be really dangerous, but then I realized, okay, it's actually not so simple.
Yes, and then actually that was where I told our audience that there is a way to lose this endgame, and I wanted to illustrate it in a very simple way because you can play, let's say, e4.
Wow. I'm amazed. You can allow them to take an f5 and play bishop g4, and black is still holding that. That's just not obvious at all.
Of course, it's not obvious to a human mind. So I said, what's more natural than centralize your king?
Yeah.
And here you are. You take, and then you play a6.
Yeah.
And it means that you always had to watch out for these ideas. So I think that your opponent forgot. She simply lost concentration.
But also, I didn't realize it until I really started thinking, because again, a6 is so counterintuitive. You're putting yet another pawn on the light square. But I was like, oh wow, she's giving me this opportunity to come into e4. And here, here we were. So yeah, this position, I was getting a little disappointed because I realized that basically I thought her holding plan was let's say, oh, we can go one more move, king e3. Let's say, I don't know. She had these options of going h5, but even bishop f7, right? And so I thought she would just kind of go back to g6 after bishop e2. Yes. And then the point is that every time I go bishop d3, she just moves her bishop away, and I never have king e4. And this was like the big, realization of this endgame that I cannot actually use the e4 square with my king. So like, how do I break through,
This was probably the way for black to hold, because we tried this variation, let's say bishop h5, king g3, but then the king has to stay close.
Yeah. No, I mean, that was going to be, a disappointing thing for me to swallow, that like my a5, b5 pawns were not going to win me the game.
And so tell me, what did you feel right here when you saw the move king
so
d6?
I was surprised by king d6 just because I thought the king was good on c7 and I thought she could just hold using her bishop. But I didn't immediately know what was wrong with it, right? So then eventually this a6 idea came to me and I was just like, wow, it seems to work in all the lines. Like her king just has to go back, my king breaks through, and that's kind of it.
So a6 is the winning move, and well, the rest is history. There is a very important king march, and h4 just
finally improving my pawns a little bit.
Seals the deal. So, Irina, how do you feel now? Do you realize that you're leading the tournament?
Well, no, I'm feeling good. I feel good about this game. I feel like, I'm trying to play aggressively. It's funny that all three of my games, despite very different openings, kind of aggressive openings, they've all gone into the end game pretty quickly, right? So that's just an interesting thing. But yeah, no, I'm feeling overall that I'm playing decently, so I just want to keep that up.
And how important it is for you, once again, to be a role model. You are playing on American soil, and well, a lot of young players are looking up to you.
Yeah. Well, I definitely like to make happy the people who root for me. Like my students, my fans, like my friends, my family, like there's a lot of categories of people that I try to make happy with my play.
Thank you. So you should continue.
Thank you.
Our congratulations, Irina. Very, very nice. As Irina Krush and Anna Zatonskih are both doing incredibly well. 3 rounds of play. And I think we're just going to take a quick break as we probably going to see another victor coming up, as Bella is also doing extremely well. We'll see you on the other side of our break.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at our results so far.
Yep.
We have one win by Irina Krush against Anna Dzagnidze.
Which has brought Irina into clear first as we speak. Go on.
Right, and 2 draws so far. Zatonskih, Paehtz, and Dronavalli, Koneru drew their games.
And the 2 remaining games are very interesting, and let's jump right into them. Almira, Alexandra, can she catch Irina or pass her?
Well, let's have a look at Alexandra's position. I have it on the board. Her opponent is still thinking. And here there is a very interesting tactical motive which can finish the game at once.
Oh, all right.
I mean, it will end in a draw. So, I mean, of course, White were fighting for a draw for a while. So let's show the position of Arthur. But you will tell me what? Bishop takes f7. King takes f7.
Check.
Queen d5. Yes, king e7 and queen b5.
Nice.
I simply love this idea that knight d5 check, so king f7, knight c3. But here, actually, white is winning because
right.
Extra pawns.
Yes, it's
so
a pawn.
King needs to go to c6.
Let's have a look. So king f7 is a bad move. You have to go king e6, then knight c3, and then first you have to play king f5 in order to make a draw.
Nice. I mean, even though I am this really, really experienced grandmaster, I see it time and time again. Every time I see those royal forks of knight forking both the king and queen simultaneously, those royal forks have always inspired me. That's a very pretty variation. Bishop takes f7, king
Both
takes
players
f7.
are rich in time trouble.
They sure are.
Gunay's down to 4 minutes and Alexandra down to 3 minutes.
The queen d5 check provokes your king to walk into the square. So queen takes b5. Well, bishop takes h7. Once you see the thematic idea of sacrificing for the royal fork, there's no reason why white wouldn't want to do this, right? I mean, she can't be playing for. You showed how Alexandra would make a draw even after the sacrifice, but
she has to make the very accurate king e6, king f5 moves.
Exactly, but is she thinking? Well, she's a pawn up. Could she play, for example, queen f3, and say, "Hey, defend yourself. You've got to go bishop e8." I assume, right?
Right, bishop e8.
And is it completely ridiculous to play h4?
Queen e5.
Oh, sorry, queen e5. I thought you somehow I'm fixated on the pawns. Don't ask me why. Queen e5 and
It's a very
knight
different move.
to c2. Okay, did not see that coming. So she's just okay. She wants to bring her knight to d4. Maybe. Okay, I'm a little bit lost. Help me out here. Knight c2. Why knight c2?
The b4 pawn was on prise, so
but
after queen f3, bishop 8, h4, I could take on b4.
But what is happening here? Sorry, bishop to d3. Oh, queen f3. Gosh darn it! I'm having a brain freeze. Sorry, I'm threatening. I mean, I'm looking at bishop d3 and I'm saying, why can't I win the knight? Apologies. Queen f3 is her intention. Knight c2. What do you think of this move? Knight c2.
I think objectively it's equal, but because of the time, still anything can happen in this game.
3 minutes versus.
So easy to
basically 2
blunder
minutes,
from either side.
Right.
But should we
And-
jump to Bella's game? Because
Please.
she had a huge advantage once we went on a break.
Right. When we left it, it was this very, very nice move, rook d6, that Bella had played, offering a knight ending where she's a pawn down, but better. That was declined, but instantly black's pieces, the rook as well as the knight, burst into white's
And
camp.
paralyzed white completely.
Okay, that's interesting. She played rook check. I thought she was just gonna.
Rook g2?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought it was time to harvest the pawns with rook takes g2, but she played rook c2, knight takes. this must be winning, right? Because she's got b2 on tap, she's got e3,
Zhansaya
e5.
just played e5, so hoping for some counterplay with the e-pawn.
Okay, is
Let's
time
see.
a factor in this one?
Yes, especially for Bella, she has 2.5 minutes against 5.5 minutes.
Okay, so that's
Say
an
knight
easy.
takes e3.
Yeah, that's an easy pawn for us to scoop up.
King d1.
Good move.
I want to take on b2, but I could try to play more safely with king f7.
She has played knight takes e3, king e1 on the board. Sorry.
Should I play king f7 to be safe, or should I just take on b2?
You know, it's funny you should say. Yeah, I think the quiet move king s7 just to kill the counterplay was, you know, because I don't know, rook check and e6. But I like the idea of king f7 and king e6 against rook check. Sorry, you were about to say something. But rook takes b2 might be just winning too.
Yeah,
right?
here if black had time, you just
Yeah.
sit and calculate move by move if rook b2 is winning.
That's
But
it.
Since
That's
she
what
has
you
only
choose.
2 minutes, she has to just play safe, and I would definitely play king f7.
Right.
But it's still not completely clear if all counterplay is gone. Because white can go knight e4 here.
Okay, we'll just keep a close watch on this one as we're just going to go back to Alexandra's position, because guess what?
Oh.
It has just, everything just got swapped, essentially. Queen d3,
Queen d3.
and a draw is absolutely, absolutely imminent. We'll go back to Bella's game as Alexandra will be tied with Irina Krush at 2.5 points once this game is drawn. Rook takes b2.
Okay, rook f7.
I don't know if I will call it an imprecision because I'm not even sure about that.
What do you say here, king h6 or king f8?
Well, I'd be a little bit afraid of, I will go with h6 because if you try for knight here and knight here, I've got check and I can take. So yeah, king h6, the question is, should I be worried about e6 or not?
Well, you can always sacrifice the knight now, so e6, knight f5, because
Exactly.
your 2 pawns will promote themselves.
Yes, yes. And how to sacrifice the knight exactly? Should I do it right away, or should I be playing knight g7? I'm
not sure.
Well, wait a minute. Almira, jump
Think
right
right
in
away.
here. As time trouble makes fools of us all, but there's some counter chances for Zhansaya.
Yes, indeed. And I think that you have to take the pawn on e7 immediately in this variation.
Yes.
For example, I tried knight g7 and knight d6, but it seems to be losing.
Oh.
So,
Wow.
yes, let's try knight d6 first.
Okay.
So, well, yeah, I will.
Okay.
Yes, I will.
E7, knight d6, rook d7. Yep.
Knight e8.
Yep.
Rook d8.
Yep.
Then
Knight f6.
knight f6, of course, but remember that after rook f8, you don't
Oops.
have a move anymore.
So we can't even sacrifice the knight.
That's why we should sacrifice the knight right away in the position knight f5, e7, knight takes e7, rook takes e7, and say, well, let's turn the tables around, and how are you going to deal with the passed pawns, black's passed pawns?
Knight d1.
Knight d1, right?
Yeah.
Only move.
Hoping to sacrifice it back.
Knight d1, you have to play c3 here.
c3, yeah,
Okay.
to get these guys going.
Knight takes c3.
Knight takes c3.
Rook takes c3.
C3.
And this is winning?
And this is a winning endgame.
Right. If you go rook to behind, I will go rook here, and I'll use my b pawn as a decoy. I want to play 2 versus 1, 2 passed pawns versus 1 passed pawn, and that should be good enough to win. But here's the moment of truth. e7, immediately take that pawn off the board. Knight takes e7. Don't play games. Don't play knight d6 and don't play knight g7. That's not easy because when you see the move e7, I think many grandmasters would be attracted to knight g7 and say, go ahead and earn it. But
so how is knight g7 losing?
the problem is there's a mating net.
Oh, rook a8.
Yes, yes, precisely so. In this position, after e7, we're about to see it. If you go knight g7, thinking, go ahead, earn it, make me play knight takes e8. I'm not threatening, and draw has been agreed in the game of Alexandra, and that was quite the game. Yeah, as Irina brings herself to +2 and shares first place. If you play g5.
And Bella took on e7.
A very, very
sigh of relief for Bella's fans.
wise decision indeed. e7, knight takes e7, and she's back in business here. e7, knight takes e7, rook takes e7.
And she played rook c2.
Rook c2.
Correct move.
And one more, she's not at the finish line yet. After knight d1, don't play b2, play c3.
Yeah. It's also pretty to show that if after rook c2, white plays rook e3, you can simply take rook takes e3.
Oh, pardon me. I was so charmed by this idea when I was young that two connected pass pawns on what we call the sixth rank, it was the old descriptive notation, was worth a rook. I was like, whoa, you know, mind over matter. Yes.
I think Almira has some lines for us.
Please, Almira. And knight d1, this is it.
As
Will
usual,
she find c3?
Yes, I wanted to anticipate. So here we played c3, and I just wanted to tell you that b2 actually is the wrong pawn. This is already a draw. So c3 is a very important move. So after this, you know, the computer evaluates this position already as equal.
Rook c7 and it's
exactly.
Rook c7, so for this will be a draw, so it's very important to play c3 here.
Right, crucial moment again.
Yes. But with 1 minute on the clock,
I have to tell you,
it's a gamble. It's 50-50. Which one do I push?
For me, one of the things that's absolutely remarkable is despite the fact that they oftentimes only make these decisions in split seconds, invariably they choose the right one.
Just like she just did?
And just like, not the commentator's curse, but
not this time.
Not this time, c3. And there's a very nice point that if you play in this exact position, rook to b7, and, you know, with the idea that b2, oh, I get to play knight c3 and save myself, you don't play b3.
Simply rook c1.
Rook to c1.
Wait, rook
with
b3?
With the idea c2.
Rook b3, c2, rook d3. And then, oh, nice.
You guys can't see me dancing in my seat, but trust me. Nazi is not happy. Rook a1. I didn't choose b1. I wanted to be a little bit further to the left, you know, so that you couldn't. Yeah, nice. Time trouble? No.
For Bella, you know, minute and a half.
Okay, but
it's
c3, she's really so close. Again, yesterday, for those of you who missed it, Anna Zatonskih, you know, at the finish line, completely winning, 2 pawns up, puts her opponent in stalemate, and Bella doesn't exploit the moment. Wow. Okay, let's hope that for Bella's fans that she doesn't toss it away.
Yes, and she'll be very happy to win with the black pieces.
To begin with, but any game in this competition, right?
That's another thing. When you play such a strong event and you have, let's say, a bad game, you might play someone even stronger the next day. So
that's the worst part, right?
You don't get an easy day.
No, not at all. So c3, Almira, I want to say that for Zhansaya, she has to make it as difficult as possible for her opponent. What's the trickiest method? What could she do to really? She has taken immediately, by the way, on c3.
Well, I tried the variation that Nazi suggested with rook b7. Then after rook c1, I tried king e2.
Okay.
Just to show the possible variation on the board.
Right.
Maybe you can show it.
So knight d1, c3, rook to b7, rook c1, king e2. Yes.
King e2, then now c2.
Yep.
Knight b2.
Yep.
Rook b1.
Yep.
Knight d3. And b2 here, of course, because you cannot play c1 because this will be a draw. So b2 wins.
Almost study-like. It's a pretty one. Let me just get caught up with the players because after knight takes c3, rook takes c3 was played, rook to b7, and just like I was about to say, you go after this pawn. You want to win the h4 pawn.
Yeah, you can also do rook c4.
Yes,
same idea.
same idea, that you want to use your b pawn as a decoy to grab this fellow.
And it's a very simple endgame. The two connected passers are unstoppable.
Exactly. And immediately
A question, actually. If that white pawn instead of a3, it was on f3, is that a draw or is it a win?
Draw.
But I've seen even the top grandmasters lose that endgame.
Exactly.
Of course, G and H would be an easy draw, but f pawn can still be lost.
Exactly. And the clocks are ticking as
Yep.
Bella is under a minute. But fortunately for her, she's zoning in. You can see her focus here. She knows what she's got to do. She's got to take that h4
I've
pawn.
got this.
And
I'm gonna take
rook
my time,
c4.
not miss any.
Yes, she's just
Any moves?
checking to be doubly sure. And again, if it wasn't for yesterday and the rook ending of, is it 4 versus 2? Or it was actually 3 versus 1. So it was just 3 pawns, the f pawn and the 2 connected pass pawns, and Anna setting up the stalemate. It would be trivial. But this one is just 2 versus 1, and it's really shockingly easy from Black's perspective. She is keeping an eye on the a pawn, and in the meanwhile, there's no way that the rook and the king can hold back the passers.
Black can also try to hold the pawn from behind, right? Okay.
And I think actually that's the strongest idea, is to keep the black rook active. I put it over here, and I shouldn't have been
Probably that's
so
winning too,
flippant. Yeah, but it's much better to have the rook. I remember Pal Benko. I still hear his voice. Yasser, rooks belong behind pass pawns. Thank you, Master Benko. You're very wise.
Yeah, I think we have this general endgame rules, and there are usually exceptions, but rook behind the pass pawn is very rarely there's an exception.
Exactly.
It's always the right thing to do.
Truly, yeah. And there we have king f2, and again, what we're talking about is you want to keep this pawn. You want your rook to hold the pawn.
There's one idea here I
Please.
see for white. So if I start with rook h2 here,
Okay.
king g3,
Okay.
rook a2,
Okay.
and now you can't start pushing h pawn, and if you push g pawn, I
You
can do
want to
rook
go
b6
checks.
and rook a6, and that.
And then your king is a little bit
yeah, we
messed
don't
up.
want that.
That is
So
a good point.
I liked what Bella did actually. She just played rook c4.
From the start, right here, she
Because
played
she
rook
can
c4.
go behind the pawn later.
Yes.
After she successfully pushes the king side pawns and does not cut off her own king.
Indeed. So you're thinking that in case of king g3, her idea is something
King
along,
h5.
along these lines, right?
Right.
So that she doesn't get met with rook check and king back. And
Right.
king is on f3. So let me just, I'm going to refresh my board, everyone.
I
Don't
think
get
Zhansaya
angry.
set up a very nice trap here.
She did?
Yes, after king f3.
Yep.
If Bella pushes h4,
Yep.
I think that'll be a huge mistake. Rook b4.
Oh, dear.
So
h4, rook b4.
nice trap.
Is it
King g4.
probably
this
it's over, right?
Yeah, this is looking like a draw now. So
Wow.
Bella needs to
Okay.
be careful. Maybe just move
And
the king
with-
first, king g5.
That's right.
Because she can go to h4
On
forward. So
that's
that's
it.
That would be the cleanest way to go.
But sorry, let me play it. Are we? What's going on?
Oh,
here? You know what I'm
here.
trying to do.
Oh, I didn't think
Did
you could do that.
Yeah, but are you in the square? I think you.
Okay, she played rook a4, which is also good. Just wait and move, no rush to push the pawn or the king. So
And just
she's
saying,
being very careful. Which is
right,
good.
because the idea also is that exactly in this position, your rook somehow it's a tickle, right? So if I force you to move your rook, then I don't have to worry about those variations with rook b4 anymore. And if I force you to move your king, well, then you're walking into my check. So king g2 on the board.
Now I think king g5 looks good. Because on rook b5 check, I'll go king f4.
And then you'll be in the square, and everybody's happy. That's the simple. I agree. King g5. That's definitely the way to go. King g5, very, very strong move.
Yeah, I think h4 even here is unclear because I can play king h3. No, sorry, on h4 I still have rook b4.
Same idea as previously.
Yeah.
That's even more.
Okay.
And
Play
king
king
g5. Gosh, it goes to show that even when you're completely winning, you know you're winning, there are ways that you can blow it. And we're seeing that. King h3. By the way, I have to give Zhansaya the credit too, because she's doing her best to making it as awkward and as difficult as possible for her opponent.
And now
king g5.
king f4.
Yeah.
Because we are in the zone, so we can allow rook b4 now.
Exactly. What we're talking about when we say we're in the square. So the idea is this pawn is going to promote. So what we have to do is draw a square from the promotion to the king. And if the black king is inside the square, the black king can capture the pawn. When
I
were you
actually
first
draw
taught
it differently. I draw it diagonally, so I would go from b4 to f8. I learned the triangle, not the cube.
Really?
Yeah. So if I'm in that zone, I'm good.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Boy, did you get the wrong book. Yeah, I think for me, it was Reuben Fine's Chess Endings that called it the square, and that was what I grew up with. How about you, Almira? Was it the square or the triangle?
Well, it was definitely the square.
Who taught me the triangle?
Right. I mean, wow. I mean, what is it? You were deprived. You didn't get the right wisdom. Okay, let me refresh my board. But triangle, huh? Was that?
I mean,
was
it
it
still
called?
works.
It still works. It absolutely it does. But well, I mean, I always prided myself as a chess player on the jargon of chess, the words we use, the Zwischenzugs and the Zugzwangs and all of those wonderful terms. And whenever I used triangulation, I thought of it with the king, right? You triangulate with, and when I'm in the square, I thought everybody was on the same page.
I mean, I understood it when you said it. But yeah, I draw the triangles. And I think Bella is winning very simple way now. After king f4, there's, like Yasser was pointing out, if white plays rook b4, black king is in the zone, in the square, in the triangle. All of those are correct. And there's no way to stop the black pawns now. Just g4, h4 are coming. And I think they know it. Zhansaya knows she's lost. She's still fighting until the end, of course, but Bella must feel such a relief that she's about to win her first game in this tournament. Almira, you know that feeling after 2 losses that you're about to win? Describe that feeling.
Well, first of all, when you're losing 2 games in a row, and especially if we take into consideration how those two games went, just I'm not sure you trust yourself anymore. So that's why Bella is taking her time, even if she takes it up to the last second. She needs to be sure that she's going to win this game and she's not going to mess it up. So it's very important for her to be concentrated till the very end, because yesterday she could have made a draw. It was a miraculous situation, but she resigned before. And I think that it was a very important lesson for her, even though she has so many years of professional career behind her shoulders.
Right.
Experience, yeah. Rook e4, prepping rook e3 check.
Yeah, and it's very close to being over. And I agree with Almira where she pointed out that even when you know you're completely winning, you're still not sure, because the losing 2 games in a row affects your confidence so much.
Absolutely.
So it's not over until, opponent resigns and you sign the score sheets.
True. That's what I always say. King g2, rook e2 check?
Or just g4. Or rook
G4.
e3 still works, but rook e3, why? Right? Just push g4. Or rook e2 check.
I like the
that too.
rook e2 check just to drive the king even further back.
Yeah. So it's incredible that she outplayed her opponent down a pawn almost the entire game.
Yeah, from that decision to play rook takes d3 even.
Yeah.
g4, unfortunately for Zhansaya.
She's
all the choices are winning for
right.
black.
She's teaching us to not be materialistic.
To be honest, it reminds me of an optical illusion. You have your pawn up, you think that you are better, but that's not the case. And I think that Zhansaya was blindsided by this illusion.
Right.
She played for a win where there was no win at all.
Yeah. I've only played Zhansaya just once, but I've watched her play for many years, and she always plays for a win. She's a very aggressive player, always plays for a win. And sometimes, you might over-push where you shouldn't, and it can backfire.
By the way, for me, the move g4, I don't know if you had the same feeling, but for me, the move g4 is a little bit inaccurate. I would have played rook check and just driven the king back to the first rank.
You're a fan of technical win,
Yes.
Right?
g4, rook e2, h3, king h2, king f3 on the board. Threat alert, right? Rook e2 check, threat alert. I have to play check.
Because at 3 I can still play rook e3.
That's the point. You're still in the square. Yeah. So king f3. This is fine. This is fine.
And black is threatening to play rook e2, I think, even though I won't be in this square.
So if I go a4,
Rook e2,
e2,
rook takes.
Rook takes, king takes.
And if you go a5, I have king f2.
That's nasty, right? a6. And probably you announce mate, right?
On g3 with the very last move, right on time. So close to a draw.
Right? One tempo. One tempo. My kingdom for a tempo.
And I just heard from VAR that Engine says it's checkmate in 10 moves. I don't see checkmate in 10.
Well, in the old days, the Romantic era, they prided themselves and they would announce mate in 8. Wonderful, mate in 8. But if you fail to produce the mate in 8, you lost.
What?
Yes.
Oh,
so
no.
when you announced checkmate, you had better be right.
Otherwise, they're bringing you to the Shah, And
So rook c1.
It's funny, so here Bella can play rook e2 check, king h1 and g3.
Right.
And what I would still be trying to find stalemate ideas, but I still have the pawn on a3, so
Right.
not a chance for any kind of stalemate.
No stalemates for you.
Yep. And yep.
Excuse me.
We were afraid that we're going to get 5 draws today, but this lady said no, no, no.
No. Not so fast.
What do we have on the board? King h1. Okay, maybe now I'm seeing checkmate. g3.
Uh-huh. So, if I check.
Rook e3.
Yeah.
Or king f2. Yes.
Yeah, and then I'm seeing checkmate as well.
Mhm.
So, if I go rook here.
King f2. See, it would be stalemate if I didn't have that pawn.
Right.
But
She's
I
done
do.
it, g3.
Mhm.
And she's going for that queen ending.
Right. Well, here, am I also one tempo behind?
Probably.
Very nice.
Exactly. Maybe in this case a few, in fact. Yeah. So, checkmate in 10. I bet you Vara wouldn't say it that way. Rook A, no. Yeah.
So I think h2 check, and then king g4, king h3 is the fastest way, but what's the rush? Let's torture the opponent.
What was that? Sorry, let me just...
I think Var was saying that the quickest checkmate
In
was
this
with
moment?
h2 check after king g1.
Oh, sorry. King
Here
G.
h2.
Yes.
And then if king h1, king
Yeah.
g4, and king h3.
Ah, and again, now the point of having this pawn is really prevalent,
Very
right?
important.
Yeah, very, because otherwise I would have those stalemating ideas.
Yes.
Right?
It would be a draw, yeah.
Oops. You can still move your pawn.
She can swipe it off the board.
Yeah, right? Knock it off the board.
Oops.
Okay, king,
Yeah, I think she'll play h2 now.
rook g2, king g1.
Because you don't want to play g2 and allow king h2. Which is probably also winning.
You know, I would just double check it to be absolutely sure, but I would be
G2?
attracted to this and this.
Right.
You know, just to make sure that, but you're right. H2,
Yeah.
king.
I was looking at g2, if g2 was a mistake, but I think it might be, because I can play rook c3 check.
Right. H2, she.
Yeah. She played h2, so she's not giving any chances for white to survive.
Exactly.
And now it's checkmate in 5, probably, king g4. Bella's very happy white has the pawn on a3.
Yes.
Yeah. So if pawn's not on a3, is it actually winning? It has to be, right? Or is it not? There might be some theoretical draw.
Yeah, I would be a little bit worried about, but no, I think you should. I think king e2, king
Should be
f2,
winning, yes.
king f2. Okay, so is she going to play rook e2 and rook e1?
Let me update my board. Yeah, we have king f2 on the board, and
Yes,
she
that's
played
what
rook
she's.
e2. Yeah.
That's what she's heading for. And again, king.
a5, rook e1, and yes, that's the key. Promote to queen first, and then king f2. I think we're going to see resignation.
A handshake very shortly.
soon. Wow, what a game.
What a game!
This whole tournament we've been seeing very instructive endgames.
Yes,
We had bishop endgame today, Irina Krush against Dzagnidze.
Karsten Mueller is
And-
going to be very, very happy for having so many instructive games. And
And
there
we
we
have
do have a stoppage.
And Bella won her game.
And boy,
Zhansaya.
and for Bella, this is a huge, huge relief. But then the flip side of that coin is Zhansaya sitting there going, uh-oh, you know, like, what's going on? You know, everything's gone wrong. I was a pawn up. I thought I was the one pressing. And what a turnaround.
Chess can be very cruel.
Truly. Wow. Almira, jump in. First of all, let's just update our round. Oh, no, this isn't round 4 pairings.
These tomorrow's pairings.
These are tomorrow's pairings.
So
Sorry,
we have,
I thought we were going to update for a moment, but go ahead.
So we have Humpy Koneru playing Nana Dzagnidze.
Right.
Bella, after today's win, she's playing the tournament leader Irina Krush tomorrow.
Nice.
Paehtz will face Abdumalik. And Kosteniuk, another tournament leader, will play Zatonskih, who also has been playing very well so far.
That's got to be our marquee matchup when you look at it, just from the perspective of who are our tournament leaders.
And Harika Dronavalli will play Gunay Mammadzada.
Exactly. And here are the standings with all the games completed from round 3.
After 3 rounds, we have 2 co-leaders, Alexandra Kosteniuk and Irina Krush, with 2.5 points out of 3.
And Anna Zatonskih saying how sweet it is. I'll take clear third if you don't mind.
Very nice. And then with 50%, we have 4 players, Harika, Nana, Elisabeth, and Gunay.
Nice. And unfortunately, all the way to Zhansaya, who I didn't see this coming.
I don't think anyone did.
3 losses in a row.
Sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, somebody is going to lose, but wow, 3 losses in a row. That's tough.
Definitely. And I think we have Bella on the way over for the interview.
Yeah, well, we'll hold the fort here for just a second because I just wanted to go back because you asked me a very pertinent question here. You said, if the pawn on which position
After
was
pawn is
that?
already on h2.
When the pawn is going to h2, so let's
Like
say
here.
Let's say here,
h2,
h2, right?
King h1.
h2, king h1.
And let's say white's pawn is not on a3.
Right, so we're going to get rid of the pawn. We're just going to make some moves.
And rook comes back, yes.
So it's the same position where the a pawn disappeared, right? But it's still okay, right?
It's still winning because of black's king placement. But if king was on g4, going the other way, then I think it's a draw.
Yeah, that was
If king is already on e2, then it's winning.
Well, it was actually kind of funny because I think that was the simplest win was actually to bring the king back.
Right.
And if in this case the a pawn isn't there, then the threat of stalemate and check and the mad rook. Did you ever have that in one of your games where you or your opponent had a mad rook and you could give it away and make a stalemate?
Yeah, I've had it a few times, but it was not like yesterday's game between Anna and Bella, where it was unexpected. It was more like, oh, we both saw it coming.
Yeah. Right. And with 3 rounds completed, our remaining schedule.
Right, so we have a total of 9 rounds, and tomorrow players will be playing round 4. And after round 5, they will have 1 rest day, and they'll come back and finish with 4 rounds in a row.
Exactly, a sprint to the finish.
And also, at the end of at the end of round 9, if 2 or more players are sharing first place, they can be playoffs on Tuesday.
Nice, and the playoffs will not be played on the same day as round 9, which I kind of like, actually.
Absolutely.
Just because, you know, I tied for first, give me a breather, let me think about it overnight, let me prep for my opponent. I like that. A lot of tournaments don't have that luxury, I want to say. I think for the players, it feels a lot better. So, but playoffs, definite possibility.
What do you think, Almira? Good chances we're going to have a playoff? Yes, sir?
Yeah, I would say, well, with the tie for first, I don't know. I mean, so in the previous editions of the Cairns Cup, I mean, I remember Valentina had such a big
dominating performance.
Yeah, dominating performance. No, I don't think we're going to have a playoff.
I think we will.
Yeah, and somebody's got to win on this one. Nice. And for us, I was just going to say the game that Irina won, there was, I don't know, sometimes you're just kind of gifted. Everything's going in your favor, but this was for Nana, that move King D6. I mean, that's really regretting. We're going to go to Almira, who's with guest.
Bella, congratulations. You finally won a game. Well, I want to ask you about how Did you sleep this night or not, especially after yesterday's game?
When I played first time this Cairns Cup, I had a terrible insomnia, so that's why now I am more prepared and I have some pills for sleeping, so I can say that I slept well.
Okay, so this was a very interesting moment in your game. I wanted to ask you, how did you feel about this position? Did you know that you were not worse even though you were pawned down?
Yeah, I knew because as I remember there was a game like this, probably Topalo played, I don't remember exactly, but I know that it's about equal. So that's why I decided to play this endgame.
So you were quite confident at that stage, yes?
Yeah, but after Rook G3, I was not sure about take or not on D3, but then I liked this plan, C5, C4. I had a counterplay, I think.
Of course, it was a very nice position. Then I think that it was balanced. And here I have a question because I know that you're very tired and that it took you all your last forces to calculate here. And Rook C8, yes, that was one more. Did you consider this move C3?
Yes, at first I was going to play C3, but B takes C3, B takes A3, and King did, no, Rook takes A5. Yeah.
And there was a very beautiful move here.
Knight C4, Rook A4, and here, I don't know, I don't.
That was the move that was winning,
Rook
actually,
B5.
yes. It's beautiful.
Idea Rook A5. No, I missed that.
Yes, it was not easy, it's not obvious, but you played very well, and I think that this position is already lost.
Yes,
for white.
But anyway, I could win easily. I think I missed just E7, so I was very tired.
Yes, and of course. So, well, that was quite a long game. We will not keep you in the studio, and I hope to have you back.
Me too.
Yes, thank you very much.
Bella, our congratulations indeed. Very, very nice game and so important at the end. Several key moments. E7.
Yes.
Knight takes E7. C3 only move.
Very precise play.
She found all the right moves. A very, very, very deserving winner.
Great
indeed.
endgame technique.
Yes, exactly. As once again, we're just going to take a quick gander at our current standings, as we do have a tie for first after 3 rounds of play. Lots of fighting chess in this event so far, despite the fact we're not at 80% today.
How disappointing.
How disappointing.
But right, we have 2 co-leaders, Kosteniuk and Krush with 2.5 out of 3, and Anna Zatonskih in clear third with 2 points.
Absolutely, very nice. And I'm going to leave it to you, Almira, for final thoughts as we wrap up the 3rd round of the Cairns Cup.
Well, it was another exciting round, although too many draws to my taste, but those draws do not reflect the what happened on the board.
Right.
It was a lot of struggle, and Zhansaya castled long.
Right.
It says a lot about how strong the tournament is. So at this moment, I think she really needs to change something in her routine. I don't know, maybe cut her hair, do something really dramatic.
Yeah.
And I will be really very curious to see how it will go tomorrow.
Absolutely. Well, I just wanted to say it's another great day calling all the action with you, Nasi, and with you, Almira. I still want to settle a name for our chess engine.
By end of the tournament, we'll have
I really need it earlier. So when I refer to Yoda, we know where we're going on this one. But it's been a lot of fun for us. We hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for sharing your day with us. Tell all your friends where you're hanging out. Be sure to join our social media.
Yes.
Subscribe.
And join us again tomorrow, same time.
Good night, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.